Let me get that. And it's yours, D.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you for that information. And shalom, y'all. Shalom, shalom.
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 Shalom, D.
Shalom.
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 Um,
Shalom.
Shalom.
real quick.
Shalom.
So what Elder is saying is extremely important to take heed to, because this man done went around Congress, and you need congressional approval to even to commit an act of war, especially as a president. So please take heed and tell your families, all right? And with that said, let's get it done, y'all. Let's get it. Let me see where we going here. Can we see? Can we see that?
Yes.
All right. Let's get it then. So, we're in summer season, right? We're in summer season. This a season of planting and harvesting. A time of seeds and soil and water. A time to get our hands dirty and feel out the richness of the ground in which those seeds will be planted. I'm gonna wax poetic with y'all. Let me get that real quick. Hold on, get this back for y'all. Choo. Wax poetic. Let me go to Ecclesiastes 3, 1 and 2, C and D. Ecclesiastes 3, 1 and 2, C and D. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. Psalm 78, 2 and A. 78 and 2A in Psalms. We at here. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will open my mouth in a parable. I want y'all to marinate on what we're going to do today, all right? This is very important. Genesis 8 and 22. Genesis chapter 8, verse 22. It is a conversation, but please marinate on it. Spirit of God speaking. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, in summer and winter and day and night shall not cease. Cyclical. Nothing new under the sun. It's going to happen. It's going to keep going down. Jeremiah 31, verses 27 and 28. Jeremiah chapter 31, verses 27 and 28. I didn't get those. My bad. Okay. Remember, the days come, said the Spirit of God, that I will sow the house of Israel. Remember, he said, I will open my mouth in a parable. He said, I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Judah with the seed of man and with the seed of beasts. And it shall come to pass that like I have watched over them to pluck up, to break down, to throw down, and to destroy, and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, said the Spirit of God. Proverbs 10. Proverbs chapter 10, verses 5a and 8a. Proverbs chapter 10, verses 5a and 8a. Says, he that gathers in the summer is a wise son. The wise in heart will receive commandments It's going to plant. It's going to plant in us. We're going to receive their commandments. Luke 8 and 11. Now, the parable is this. The seed is the word of God. He's going to plant those commandments, going to plant that word in it, right? Let's visualize our Creator as a master gardener tending to his field of husbandry, preparing for a great harvest which will supply his table for feast times in his house of JEHOVAH. Matthew chapter 13, 38a. Matthew 13, 38a. No, the field, Spirit of God speaking, letting you know the field is the world. It's his field. He's the master gardener. Ecclesiastes 5 and 9. Ecclesiastes 5 and 9. Moreover, the profit of the earth is for all. The king himself is served by the field. The ruler is served by the field. Okay. Keep in mind, I will open my mouth in the parable. Psalms 23. Psalms 23 and 5a. Psalms 23 and 5a. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Remember, he's going to prepare this great harvest, which will supply his table for feast times in his house. Ezekiel 36 and 9. There's a conversation, y'all, so stay with me. Ezekiel 36 and 9. Spirit speaking. For remember, behold, I am for you, and I will turn unto you, and you should be tilled and sown. I will open my mouth in the parable. Also, planting his flowers to beautify the perimeters of his wonderful house, it becomes evident the care he has for his masterwork, the skill of knowing which ground will be fertile for his particular plants. Let's go to Psalm 104. Psalms 104, we're going to hit 14 and 15 in Psalms 104. 14 and 15. Psalm 104, 14 and 15. He causes the grass to grow, for the people to increase for service, and the herb, like I said, for service of man, that he may bring forth doctrine out of the earth, out of the people, and faith that makes glad the heart, the mind of man, and wisdom to make his understanding to shine, to illuminate, and doctrine which strengthens man's minds, the desires of man. Isaiah 61 and 11. This is a conversation, so I hope it's pretty straightforward to y'all. It's pretty much explaining what's going on itself. Isaiah 61 and 11. The reason, comparing, the people brings forth her bud. What's this bud? Let me see. What's this bud? Where you at, bud? Where you go? Oh, all right, my bad. Okay. The real revealing, revelation, the shoot, the blossom, What's this blossom? What's this blossom we speaking of? The flower, the beauty, the flourishing. Okay. Okay. Increase, development, maturity. As bring forth that maturity, the blossom, as the garden, that location causes things that are sown in it to spring forth. Okay, I get you. So the creator JEHOVAH will cause righteousness. Remember that beauty is that righteousness, that law, and praise to spring forth before all the nations, that righteous, that lifestyle. So that fertileness is going to be for his flowers, particular plants and things. Knowing the value of his field, he appointed for hire those who were to view this location with the same desire as he, in order to ensure the proper maintenance and development necessary for a successful harvest. Am I right? Let's go to Genesis 1:26a. It says, and God said, A and B, sorry. God said, let us make man in our image. Okay. Jeremiah 3:15. Gotta get those people the same desire that he has to ensure proper maintenance and development necessary for a successful harvest. So he said, I will give you pastors according to my heart, my desires, which shall feed you, nourish you with the knowledge and understanding. Gonna nourish it. Get that harvest going. Genesis 2:15. Chapter 2 does that. Excuse chapter 2. 2:15. And the Spirit of God, JEHOVAH, took the man, male and female, put him in the garden, that location of Jerusalem, of Israel, to dress it and to keep it. So he was going to do it, right? Genesis 1:28, A through F. And God gave wisdom and knowledge and understanding them. And God, Yahweh, said unto them in the spirit of JEHOVAH, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Equipped in this hireling with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, he expects an abundant crop, along with the appearance of flowers full of fragrance and trees of the sweetest fruits. Let's go to Matthew chapter 20, verses 1 and 2. Matthew chapter 20, verses 1 and 2. The reason is, Spirit of God speaking, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a male and female that is a householder, which went out early in the morning. This comparison is let you know how it looks. That went out early in the morning to hire laborers into the vineyard. And this vineyard is the field, the work. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a penny a day, he sent them into the world. Second Ezra chapter 9 and verse 17. Second Ezra chapter 9 and verse 17. They answered me saying, like as the field is, so also is the seed. So is also the seed. Comparing the flowers that flourish and that increase, that beauty, that righteousness be, such are colors also. Color. You want no stone unturned. Color. colors, my garden. Okay, be more specific. Understanding, languages, appearances, right? The transforming, understanding, okay? So he says, like as the world, so is the seed, his word. As the righteousness be, so the understanding is also. Such as the workman is, such also is the work. And as the husbandman himself is himself, so is his husbandry also. For it was the time of the world. Summertime, y'all. Sirach 50. Ecclesiasticus and some books. Sirach and others. We're going to 50, verse 8 and 10. And comparing the flower, the increase, the beauty of roses in the spring of the year as lilies by the rivers of waters that understanding those knowledges, and as the branches, those roots of the frankincense tree in the time of summer. What's this frankincense? It's a type of elder, right? Because it's a tree with frankincense. Whiteness, pureness. So there's pureness, right? Pureness, right? Okay. So it's like the pureness, the elders with pure doctrine. Okay. And as a fair olive tree, it's another tree. Olive tree, because that's there. That's there. Olive tree. Peace of prosperity, reconciliation, sustenance of wealth, fruitfulness and prosperity. Israel, spiritual blessing. As the fear, prosperity, spiritual blessing, budding forth works, and the cypress tree which grows up to the clouds, going up as the witnesses. Right? Okay. That's what he expects. The sweetest fruits, trees of the sweetest fruits. First Corinthians chapter 3, verse 9. He work in this field, huh? Chapter 3 and verse 9. For we are laborers together with God. Ye are God's husbandry. Ye are God's building. However, there's always a however. Though we do have people in our lives that are willing to give us the information we need to lead a fruitful life, we tend to allow our own issues to distract us from adhering to the wisdom which is presented to us. Again, I'm going to say, we allow our own issues to distract us from adhering to the wisdom which is presented to us. Let's go to Matthew chapter 13 and verse 4. Matthew 13 and 4. Spirit of God speaking to us. He said, I open my mouth in a parable. He said, when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. The fowls. Remember, the issue that I'm speaking on now is the distractions in our minds. We got a lot going on. These fowls. Fowl of the air. Feed greedily, because that's what these. Remember, Elder Johnson had a lesson. He was speaking on this subject, and he gave us a word, a confluence. It's like when you're sitting at the park bench and you got a bunch of birds in the sky. Say you're in the city, you got a bunch of pigeons flying around, right? You want to do a little something, be a little funny. You got these pieces of bread. You take out one piece of bread, a little crumb, and you toss that one crumb on the ground. and you see a confluence. All these birds flocking to this one piece of bread, and it's all over. That's like our distraction. That's the thoughts of our mind. That's how our mind works. Our mind's always fluttering. We got things going on. It's a lot going on in our minds, but we have to be able to control that. But that's the issue, and it can tend to be a distraction. That confluence, that birds, that fowls, they come and seize by force. They take whatever seed because it's filling by the wayside. These fowls came and devoured them up, right? Go to James 1 and 8. So you got distraction going on. And right now, the time that we in right now can be one of them, but we got to stay focused. Trump done did it to us. James 1 and 8. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Just to let y'all know. Proverbs 19 and 21a. Proverbs 19 and 21a. There are many devices in a man's heart. Devices. Devices ain't in there, but you know devices are something that you devise, right? So I'm gonna go to devise. Conceive, plot, contrive, right? Devising, inventing, conceiving. These things are formulated in your mind because these devices happen in the heart. Since they happen in the heart, we see that they happen in the mind. Okay. So those inventions, those thoughts, there are many thoughts in a man's mind. If we're not careful, they could be a confluence. They could come and take whatever positive things we have, if we're not reinforcing them, become double-minded. Jeremiah 18 and 12. Jeremiah 18 and 12. Spirit of God speaking. These thoughts could lead you to say, there is no hope, but we will live after our own devices, our own thoughts, and we will everyone do the imagination of his evil mind. See, the imagination is a thought. So again, they said there is no hope, but we will live after our own thoughts, and we will everyone do the thoughts of his evil mind. We have a huge issue of know-it-allness. The lack of understanding we have will lead us away from God, from this good ground, right, into a field of self-righteousness. Again, I say the lack of understanding we have will lead us away from good ground into a field of self-righteousness. Ecclesiastes 7 and 29. Ecclesiastes 7 and 29. Remember, this only have I found, that God has made man upright, but they have sought out many inventions, many thoughts. They did it. We did it with our own self-righteousness. The confluence, the fowls, coming to snatch the seed. Isaiah 65 and 2. Isaiah 65 and 2. Spirit of God speaking. I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people which lives in a way that was not good, after their own thoughts. That's what we doing, y'all. Don't sound like good ground to me. Sound like seeds that's falling by the wayside. Jeremiah 4:14. Speak spirit talking today. He said, "Oh, Jerusalem, Israel, cleanse your mind from wickedness, that thou mayest be saved. How long should thy vain thoughts lodge within thee?" I only gonna let them fowls fly around in there, scooping up every little thing that gets dropped in there. That's not good ground. Matthew 13:19. Matthew 13:19. It says, when anyone hears the word of the kingdom and understands it not, then comes the wicked one and catches away that which was sown in his heart, in his mind, in his. This is he which received seed by the wayside. Remember, that seed is that word of God. Because the parable is that. Whether we choose to admit it or not, these vain thoughts we harbor are due to the lack of faith in the word of God. Due to our unbelief, we would surely fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Since we didn't have that steadfastness in us, that resolve, we fall into the influences of society, the wilderness, right? This happens. Let's stay here in Matthew. We stay right here in 13. Let me go to 20 and 21. However, he that received the seed into stony places, speaking of stone, we leave no stone unturned. Stony, unbelieving. That's all I need. Right? Yeah. Unbelieving. He that received the seed into the unbelieving places, the same as he that hears the word and anon. We don't just do Christian things and just skip over words and not know what we talk about. Anon. Immediately. Okay. So he that received the seed, the word of God, into unbelieving places, the same as he that hears the word and immediately with joy receives it. Yet he has no root, no resolve, no counsel in himself, but dearth for a while, that branch, that strength. Don't have it in himself, but he endured it for a while. However, the reason is when tribulation or persecution arises because of the word, by and by he is offended. Let's go to Deuteronomy 23:1. Deuteronomy 23:1. My brother Unc spit on this one yesterday. Uncle Dwight. He that is wounded in the stones or had his privy member cut off shall not enter in the congregation of the Spirit of God. His beliefs, wounded in those. They hitting him. And now he's weak because he has no resolve. They're not going to enter in the congregation of God because they're gonna move away from that. They're gonna move away from those beliefs. They're gonna move away from that word of God because they're being persecuted. They're gonna start falling for the influence of the world. Job 16:11. Job 16:11. 16:11. This is what happened. God has delivered me to the ungodly, the unbelieving, the ungodly, and turned me over into the powers of the wicked. Genesis 19 and 25. This is a conversation. Stay with it. Genesis 19 and 25. And he overthrew those cities, them strongholds, that strength, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of those strongholds, that strength, that ground, in which grew upon the ground, and that which grew upon the ground. He overthrew all that, and that which grew upon the ground, landed on stony places. Leviticus 26, 33 through 35. Leviticus 26, 33 through 35. Spirit of God speaking about this stony ground. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword, that instrument of war, after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, some rest, because you get spewed out. As long as it lies desolate and ye be in your enemy's land, that's why you're here. We're in our enemy's land, but this land gonna enjoy us Sabbaths, and we gonna fall for it. We gonna get with them. We gonna get with their program. Even then shall the land rest. Why? Because he ain't worried about us. We worried about what they doing, and enjoy her Sabbaths. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest. The reason, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when you dwelt upon it. Stony ground. We didn't accept the seed. We didn't let it rest in us. Go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10 and verse 7. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 10 and verse 7. Of whose wickedness, even to this day, the wasteland that smoke is the testament, a testimony, and plants bearing works that never come to ripeness. Why? Because we let the persecution of the world shake it out of us. We wasn't strong enough, and we don't ride around we ride around blasting music, but we won't blast the word. We roll our windows up and turn that all the way down so nobody, it's just us listening to it. You ain't gonna embarrass me, right? And the standard pillar of salt is a monument of an unbelieving soul. What's this salt? Because we're gonna get this words today. Salt. Salt. Let's go to purification. I'm gonna use that. What's this purification? What's this purification we speaking of? Oh, tribulation, suffering, judgment and divine wrath. Let's just stick to that. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings too much, right? So we're a monument of suffering. They see us, they know who we are, because we're a whole monument of suffering. Why? Let's stay in wisdom and find out. Go to chapter 14 and verse 9. Wisdom of Solomon, 14 and 9. The reason is the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God. That is why he hate them that hate him, right? That's why. And while we swim in his muck, we sink lower and lower when we leave true doctrine for the cares of this world. For parents, for children, for siblings, friends, holidays, birthdays, selfishness, self-righteousness. We just want to be down. We just want to be accepted. You know what I mean? Mr. and Mrs. Me too. So we are. keeping up with the Joneses. The Joneses is Worcestershire. Worcestershire. All right, Matthew chapter 13, verse 7. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. Genesis chapter 3, verses 17g and 18. Genesis chapter 3, verses 17g and 18. Spirit of God speaking. In sorrow shalt you learn of it all the days of your life. But that ground. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall learn the herb of the field, those snares. Matthew 13 and 22. Matthew 13 and 22. He also that receives seed among the thorns, those snares, get caught up, is he that hears the word, and the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becomes unfruitful. So we saying things that we want, shiny things. We walk in one way, see the shiny thing, get caught up. Whoa, hold on, let me get that. Let me get that. This ain't of God. It's all good. Let me hold this down real quick. That's us. Galatians 6, chapter 6, verse 7 and 8. Galatians. Be not deceived. The Creator is not mocked. The reason that whatsoever a man sows, that shall he reap. For he that sows his flesh, if he sows to his flesh, shall reap of the flesh. I'm sorry, let me get that again. For he that sows to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption. Because the shiny things in this world ain't nothing but a snare. It ain't nothing but a trap, which leads to corruption. But he that sows to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. And this is why we need to get out our own heads and get deeper into this book. The words of this book are spirit and they are life. Isaiah 34:16. You knew he was going there. Isaiah 34:16. It says, seek ye out of the book of the Spirit of God and read. What's read? I'm so nosy. What's read? Understand. Edify, be edified. Learn prophecy. Learn. Be informed. Get instruction. Be an ensign. That's an example. Get this doctrine. The Lord loved to smell that savor. Get perception. Get esteem. Read. Why? No, no one of these should fail, and none should want her mate. The reason is my message, my mouth, it has commanded. In his spirit, it has gathered them. All these books, all that esteem, all this edification, all this understanding. John 6:63. John chapter 6 and verse 63. Spirit speaking, and he's letting us know. It is the spirit that quickens. Okay, I'm going to go. Quicken. Quicken. resurrects, awakes, regenerates, revives. Okay. Okay. It's the spirit that regenerates, makes alive, resurrects, right? The flesh profits nothing. It profits nothing. The profit that comes from flesh is worthlessness. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. The spirit quickens, it gives life. The flesh, nothing. Second Ezra chapter 8. Second Ezra chapter 8, verses 40 and 41. Second Ezra chapter 8, verses 40 and 41. Let's see what we're talking about here. Spirit speaking, we've been talking today, y'all. Like as I have spoken now, so shall it come to pass. We know that. We know that. The reason, comparing the husbandman sows much seed upon the ground and plants many trees, going to create many elders, many people with understanding. And yet the thing that is sown good in his season comes not up, neither do all that is planted take root. They're not going to take counsel. They're not going to hear it. They're not going to try to hear it. So a lot of things ain't going to happen. Even so is it of them that are sown in the world. They should not all be saved. Very important to understand. When the words of this book are planted, when they are sown in our hearts and watered by the teachers of truth in the way we are instructed to learn, ideally, they will be our counsel and even our warnings to influence our lives and our deeds in righteousness. Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 17. Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 17. Spirit of God, servant of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. For that reason, hear the words of my mouth and give them warning from me. Okay. Stand here in Ezekiel, go to 21 and 27. Stand in Ezekiel, go to chapter 21 and verse 27. This is a warning. I will overturn it. And there should be no more until he come whose right it is, and I will give it him. Here's a warning. He said to warn y'all. I'm warning you. Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 3. For thus said the Spirit of God, also the Creator, to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, Israel. Break up your fallow ground and sow not among thorns. Break it up. Let's get this going. Right? Go to Hosea 10 and 12. Hosea 10 and 12. He says, Hosea 10 and 12. Hosea 10 and 12. He says, sow yourselves in righteousness and reap in mercy. Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Spirit of God till he comes and rain righteousness within you, upon you. You gotta be that. All right. It's fair to say we've been warned, right? And instructed, even counseled by the word of God with the seed, and watered by the husbandmen of the King James Bible University. Let us now be examples to the world of abundance in the learning of the garden of JEHOVAH. Right? Genesis 13. Genesis chapter 13. We're going to go to 14 through 18. Genesis chapter 13, You're going to go through 14 and 18. And the Spirit of God said it to Abram, exalted, the one is lifted up. After that portion was separated from him, breaking up them fallow grounds, right? He said, lift up now your understandings and look from the place where you in perfection and beauty northward. These standards, discernment, and southward, humanity, understanding of the human aspect of us, and eastward, courage, and westward, service for all the land, the ground which you see is, thee will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth. So if a man can ordain it, then shall your seed also be divinely ordained. Arise, walk through the land and live in the breath of it. Consider, understand what's going on here, because I'm going to give it to you. Then Abram removed his tent and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron. It built there an altar to the Spirit of God. He went to Mamre and Hebron. What's this Mamre? Mamre. Grazing land. Okay. Let's be more specific. Grazing land. Grazing land. To the pasture, to the field, right? The meadow, green pastures. Okay. What's this Hebron? This Hebron. Where God is, where God appears. Okay. Friendship, union, joining together. Go to the green pastures and be joined together and build an altar into the Lord. Let's be friends. Get right. Deuteronomy 1 and 8. Deuteronomy 1 and 8. Remember, Spirit of God saying, behold, we on it, y'all. It's going to get clearer and clearer as time goes by. I have set the land before, I have set the land before you in your presence. Go in and possess the land which the Spirit of God swore to your fathers, Father of the multitudes, of the promise, of supplanting, and give it to them and their seed after them. Those who are willing to do these things, the people of the promise who are willing to supplant the flesh and walk in the spirit. Get that word to them. Go to Isaiah 41 and 8. Isaiah 41 and 8. Just a conversation, y'all. So just hear the Spirit of God out because he's doing the talking. He said, however, thou, Israel, perfection of beauty, my servant, supplanting, who I have chosen, the seed of Abraham, my friend. Okay. Okay. We are. That's what we want to be. The house of JEHOVAH is a separated people unto him. Got it. After breaking up our fallow ground, we can now be replanted into good ground by supplanting flesh. Got it. Repenting, remembering, and learning the truth of God's word. His seed. Got it. Oh, it's nice. It's storming outside on this side. Y'all can hear it. Genesis 49 and 2. He's speaking today. Can hear that thunder. He's like, go ahead, tell him. I got you. Genesis 49 and 2. Gather yourselves together and hear, obey, ye servants of supplanting, and hearken unto the Spirit of God, your Father. Hearken to the servants of the Spirit of God. your father. Take heed, you supplanters. Isaiah 43, 19 through 21. Isaiah 43, 19 through 21. Isaiah 43, 19 to 21. Spirit of God speaking. Remember, behold, got a lot of that going on. I'm glad we're on that subject. I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. I'm going to have them nations in the wilderness and desolation. The beasts of the field shall honor me, and the dragons and the owls, those are all priests. Because I give knowledge, the waters in the wilderness and rivers, water courses in the desert, and give drink, understanding to my people, my chosen, because of these people that he got. This people have I formed for myself. They should show forth my praise. Okay. Go to Acts 7:15. Go to Acts 7:15. We dancing like Muhammad Ali around this book. Acts 7:15. Floating like a butterfly, staying like a bee. So the supplanter went down into bondage and died. He and our fathers. Remember when Elder told us about that seed that get planted? It gotta die. He said we used it. Okay. Okay. Go back to Genesis. Go to 50, chapter 50, verse 1 and 13. Go back to Genesis. Go to 50, 1 and 13. Joseph, that's the servant of consolation, that prophecy. He fell upon his father's understanding and wept upon him and joined him in that ground. Hint, hint. The reason his sons carried him, 13, the reason is his sons carried him into the land of Canaan to be humbled and bury him in the cave of the field of Machpelah. All right. Okay, you know we're not going to just sit here. Machpelah. That's the double cave. You in that cave, that double. That plentiful, manifold, abundant. Okay, let's go to the D. Let's see what double is. Fruitful. Very fruitful. He went to that cave, which Abram bought with the field. The reasons for it be a burying place of Ephron the Hittite before Mamre, before that green. So he went to the green pasture? He went to the green. Hold up. I've been hearing about this green pasture, y'all. Let's go to Psalms 23 and 2a. Let's go to Psalms 23 and 2a. That green pasture. 23 and 2a. He makes me to lie down in green. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. You hear that thunder out there? He's saying, talking. I'm right. I'm talking. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. We getting buried. All right. Ezekiel 34 and 31. Ezekiel 34 and 31. Ezekiel 34 and 31. He's speaking. He said, ye are my flock. The flock of my pasture are men, And I am your God, said the Spirit of God, the Spirit of JEHOVAH, the green pasture. That green pasture, that good ground, y'all. We getting buried in the good ground. Right? Matthew 13. Matthew 13, verse 8, A through C. Matthew 13, verse 8, A through C. But others fell into good ground and brought forth fruit, some a hundredfold. That hundredfold, the balance of abundance. We can now become bearers of the fullness of the knowledge of God, prioritizing the Spirit over all things. Romans 1 and 20. Why? For the invisible things of Him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even His eternal power and Godhead. That's why. Let's go to Proverbs 30, verses 8 and 9. Proverbs 30, verses 8 and 9. Proverbs 30, verses 8 and 9. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Teach me with the knowledge convenient for me, or else I'll be full and deny you and say, who is the Spirit of God? Or else I'll be poor and steal and take the way of my God in vain. Working towards this balance. We're going to work towards this balance. Go to 1 Timothy chapter 6. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verses 17 through 19. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 17 through 19 says, charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches. However, in the living God, who gives us richly all things to enjoy, that they do good, that they be rich in good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate, laying up in store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may lay hold on eternal life. In times of uncertainty like this, we can attain that balance within ourselves and be able to keep moving without panicking, but we can move smartly, right? Not just like Elder was advising us today. That a balance of abundance. Not like these Christians, the Lord gonna take care of us, and we gonna run in the mall and get blown up. We ain't doing, come on, be smart. Luke 16 and 10. Luke 16 and 10. Luke 16 and 10. Lord said, he that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. Balance of abundance. Hundredfold. It all boils down to our dependence upon the Spirit of God, the Spirit of the Most High Yahweh, holding fast to the faith with integrity of His righteousness. Again, holding fast to the faith with the integrity of His righteousness. Proverbs 3 and 9. Proverbs 3 and 9. Honor the Lord with thy substance, that faith, and with first fruits, the tithes of all your increase. So shall your barns be filled with plenty, and your presses shall burst out with new faith, new understanding, new wisdom. Abundance. balance, because we're tithing it, we're showing it, manifesting it. Haggai 2 and 23, H through J. Haggai, I don't know how to say it. Haggai, chapter 2, 23, H through J. Spirit of God. And will make thee as a signet, an example, for I have chosen thee, said the Spirit of God of hosts. Gonna make us a sign. Revelations 2 and 7. Revelations 2 and 7. Spirit of God speaking. He that has an ear, let him obey what the Spirit says to the churches, to them gatherings. To him that overcomes, will I give to learn of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of God. Hundredfold. Balance of abundance. And with that balance comes a realization, right? In this good ground, we understand the imperfection that is the flesh. Again, I say, in this good ground, in this balance, we understand the imperfection that is the flesh. Okay? Matthew chapter 13, 8d. Matthew chapter 13, verse 8d. Some 60-fold. People who are seeking that 60-fold life, they want the 100-fold life. We all do, but namely 60-fold are seeking that 100-fold, right? Go to 2 Corinthians 12 and 9. 2 Corinthians 12 and 9. This is a conversation, y'all. Stay with me. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. My grace is sufficient for you, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. He's saying his strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly for that reason, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest within me. People who are seeking that 60-fold life, they want the 100-fold life. See, at this point, we're acknowledging the spots or blemishes. See, because we're gonna glory in it, because we're gonna understand that that's what it is. We're imperfect beings. Psalms 39 and 5. Psalm 39 and 5. Psalm 39 and 5. Oh, remember, behold, here we go. Thou hast made my days as a handbreadth, and my age is nothing before you. Nothing. Speaking to God. Truly, every man at his best state is altogether, at his best state is altogether vanity. Nothing. Think about it. Think about it. That sixth aspect. Six, the number 6. What's the number 6 represent? What's the number 6 represent? Spot, blemish, imperfection, incompleteness. That's us. We a shell. We ain't complete. You have to know you're lacking. You have to know it and what we need. We have to know we're lacking and we have to know what we need. Go to Isaiah 60. Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 22. Isaiah chapter 60 and verse 22. Acknowledge him. You gotta acknowledge these things. A little one should become 1,000. That's the humble one. You're gonna become manifest. You're gonna be manifested. A small one, a strong nation. I, the Lord, will hasten it in his time. The Spirit of God is gonna do it. We're not perfect. He is. Sirach 18 and 25. We have issues. He don't. Ecclesiasticus, Sirach 18 and 25. When thou has enough, remember the time of hunger. Remember, when you come into that understanding, remember that it was a time that you didn't get it, because we ain't it. When you are rich, think upon poverty and need. You know why? Because you think you got it, but we're going to be still ever learning. We still going to be learning. We still got, no matter how deep you go, we could go deeper with one word or for one word. The word of God is unsearchable. It's unfathomable. And we are not the beings to bring it out. We are not those, we're not him. We are the shell. We're the house for him. We are not perfect beings. We are imperfect. Understand that. Psalms 1, Psalms 126, Psalms 126, and we're gonna hit up 5 and 6, verses 5 and 6. Psalms 126, verses 5 and 6. They that sow in tears, what's this tears? What's a tear? No, that's all right, just one tear. Let's give them one tear. Weeps, cry. Pieces, breaks. What's this weeping? Maybe it's just weep. Affliction? Yeah, we're afflicted with this flesh. I'll go with that. But we're going to reap in joy, right? He that goes forth and weeps, mourns, bringing forth precious seed, that's that humility shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his harvest with him, bringing that hundredfold, that harvest, bringing it to the storehouse, bringing them tithes. We coming to him with it, but we are doing it in humility. We're sowing in humility, knowing we are not perfect. We are not whole. That's why this information can't be dropped on us wholly at one time. It has to be fed to us little by little, in pieces, in a certain way, because we are imperfect beings. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. This is a conversation, that's all. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. And brethren, my equals, my peoples, I could not speak it to you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal, even as unto babes in Christ. I have fed you with foundational things, with milk, and not with this doctrine, not with the entirety of the doctrine, but with meat, with milk. For hitherto you were not able to bear it. There's a lot of people here that don't even understand what I'm saying now. I had a conversation with Elder Johnson the other day about this very subject. He gave me so much insight, is bananas. And it was something for me that I feel like it made it was a game changer for me. And I'm praying that this is gonna be the same for you once you really digest what's going on. But a lot of people is not. Neither yet now are ye able. It is what it is. Let me show you something. Second Ezra 3 and 5. Second Ezra chapter 3, verse 5. It said, he gave a body unto Adam without soul, which was the workmanship of thine hands, and didst breathe into him the breath of life, and he was made living before thee. The breath of life. But now we have to join him. We have to join him. Go to Matthew 13:8 and E. Matthew 13:8 and E. Some 30-fold. Okay. In this garden of God, in this green ground, in this good ground, which he planted his seed, this fertile ground, 30-fold, recognizing the need to fully submit to his spirit, to lean on his power. We serve an amazing God, a God without limitations, a God of sovereignty, the Most High JEHOVAH. Let's go back to 2nd Ezra, chapter 3 and verse 4. O Lord, Creator, who bears rule, thou spakest at the beginning, when thou didst plant the earth, and that thyself alone and commanded the people. Isaiah 46, 9 and 10. You're getting bored, bounce. If you're learning, chill out. Isaiah 46, 9 and 10. Spirit of God speaking to us. Remember the former things of old, for I am God, the Creator, and there is none else. I am God, the Creator, and there is none like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel should stand, and I will do all my pleasure. Why? Because he's sovereign. All is his. All is him. John 3 and 8. John 3 and 8. The wind blows where it lists, and now here's the sound of, but canst not tell whence it come and whither it go. So is everyone that is born of spirit. That wind, that spirit, gonna do what it want. Gonna move how it move. Why? Because it's sovereign. Only power. The only power. Not us. See, because that 60-fold knows that is not us. It knows we are imperfect. It knows we need this power. It knows we need that 30-fold. Psalm 135 and 6. Psalm 135 and 6. Psalms 135, verse 6. Whatsoever the Lord, the Spirit of God, pleases, that did he in heaven and in earth, in the multitudes, in all the deep places, all those profound places. I told you it's unsearchable, bro. Sovereignty, power, might is all his and his only. If he gave us a commandment to be fruitful and to multiply, only makes sense to submit to Jehovah's multiplying power and not our own. Go back to Genesis 1 and 28, A through D. Genesis 1 and 28, A through D. Remember, God blessed them. He gave us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. And God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. But he gave us the wisdom to multiply. He's the one that's doing the multiplying because we're getting it through him. We're just the vessel, 60-fold. We're not perfect, we're the shell. He's doing the multiplying. Submit to that multiplying power and not to our own. 1 Corinthians 3 and 7. 1 Corinthians 3 and 7. So then neither is he that plants anything, neither he that watereth, but God that gives the increase. God gives the increase. Isaiah 55 and 11, and then 8 and 9. We're going 55 and 11 first, and then 8 and 9. Isaiah 55 and 11. What do you say? 55 and 11. 55 11. What do you say in 11? He said, so shall my word be that go forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it. I got the multiplying power, not the shell, not that imperfect, not you, not me. God. He's saying this. Why? Because for my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, says the Spirit of God. For comparing the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways than your ways, and my thoughts than your confluence. Your little fouls. Come on, y'all. Knowing the crucial need to lean upon the strength, might, and word of God, and expect the supernatural multiplication of our imperfect efforts. All right, I'm going to say that slower for y'all. Knowing the crucial need to lean upon the strength, might, and word of God, right? And expect the supernatural multiplication of our imperfect efforts is the sanctification process which is necessary in order to help the 30-fold advance past the 60-fold so we could recognize how to properly reach for that 100-fold. All right, let's go to Genesis chapter 28. Genesis 28, verses 20 and 21. Genesis 28. I'm going to say it one more time, all right? Really slow. Knowing the crucial need to lean upon the strength, might, and word of God, and we expect the supernatural multiplication of our imperfect efforts. All right? That right there, that's the sanctification process which is necessary in order to help the 30-fold advance past the 60-fold so we can recognize how to properly reach for the 100-fold. Some get it, some don't. Genesis 28, verses 20 and 21. And as the planter vowed a vow, saying, providing God will be with me and will keep me in this way that I go, and will give me doctrine to learn and a covering to put on, that spirit, so that I come again to my Father's house in peace, then shall the Spirit of God be my guide. Daggone right, because he's getting it. He know he got to supplant that flesh. That's the 60-fold awareness of the supplanting, of the need to supplant. 60-fold, the awareness of the need to supplant. 30-fold, leaning fully on the Spirit of God for the increase. 100-fold, the balance of abundance, knowing how to walk without a big old head. Matthew 6, 32b and 33. Matthew chapter 6, verses 32b and 33. Bye-bye. Spirit of God says, for your heavenly Father knows that you have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Resting in that good ground, now we know what it takes and what not to do when that seed is planted in our hearts. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verses 17 and 18. Know what it takes, right? And now say in thy heart, my power and my might of mine, my hand had gotten me this wealth. Now we ain't doing that. But thou shalt remember the Spirit of thy God, for it is he that gives thee power to get the wealth, that he may establish this covenant which he swore unto thy fathers as of this day. It is he. Matthew 13 and 9. It is he. Who has ears to hear, who has the understandings to obey, let him obey. If you got the understanding to obey, let him obey. Once we learn the pure doctrine of JEHOVAH, it led us to remember our lower state of flesh. Right? And for that reason, we condemn our flesh and the works thereof, coming out of the waters of knowledge. We hold steadfastly to the law of God in obedience through the lifestyle of suffering unto death, sharing the gospel of the chosen path we are to take through the wilderness of this life. Good ground. JEHOVAH's promise to the imperfect. JEHOVAH's promise to the imperfect is that their acknowledgement of their weaknesses and spots, when submitted to his multiplying power, will produce greater fruits to those who remain in the 30-fold complacency. It all starts with resting in and leaning on the Spirit for everything. And with that said, I'm gonna need somebody to explain why 60-fold is necessary. You got anything out of this? No takers, huh? We didn't get the 60-fold. We understand that? Sister Eva.
I'm gonna take a shot at it because this was very interesting. Why is 60-fold important? Is that the question?
Ma'am.
60-fold is important from just listening and trying to follow along, is because I need to rest in God on his good ground and always seek him and hold steady fast to his word, acknowledging my weakness and depending solely on him.
I'm gonna hold you down real quick. Brother Chevy.
Shalom, Dick.
Shalom, bro.
How you doing this morning? And everyone?
Good, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
In your teaching, you covered quite a bit. And as far as the 60%, 64,
Mhm.
you notice when you are going through the book, you come across the word behold multiple times. And all you have to do is meditate on the behold and look at the verses that you're using and that you're doing your study. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You and and each time you're doing that, you're remembering each time when you see the word behold, because each teaching is gonna have an issue that you need to understand the issue, get to the rule, do the anticipation, and come to the conclusion.
Where's this going? Where are we going with this? Because we're speaking about
Yeah, well, it was from yesterday's teaching, and when I'm looking at it, and I'm still mortifying portions of my flesh to get to that point to reach the hundredfold.
so you're doing it.
Well,
You're gonna get there. How you gonna get there?
well, I mean, I had to rely on the Spirit of Christ. I lean in that direction and stay there and just follow and be obedient to what this is his word.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Remember when Elder had gave us that assignment with the Chronicles and when Matthew
Yes.
um and you basically were the only one who wanted to stay on the Chronicles and everybody else went to Matthew.
Right.
What was it that kept you in Chronicles?
What kept me in Chronicles because one, if it was challenging, I don't mind doing the challenging thing because one, if I'm gonna fall, I'm quite sure you're not, the elders or the deacons are not gonna let me fall because once I submit that, they're gonna correct that. They'll correct it.
I
And
understand.
what
However, when we were advised, Elder Johnson practically begged you to go over to Matthew, and you said, "No, I'm gonna stay over here. I'm gonna stay over here." I need to understand where that came from. We all want to challenge ourselves sometimes. I get it, but when you're advised and you're practically begged by Elder Johnson to move on to another spot so you could get the understanding of what's going on, and you refuse to do so, I need to understand where that stemmed from.
um, when they want to stay in Chronicles,
Yep.
um, I don't call it pride. I wouldn't call it pride.
You wouldn't call it pride?
No, throughout most of the things that I've had to do in certain things, I always still, I looked at the hard side because, there were things that we had to do. But I don't have to do that anymore because I'm living that line of work. But,
Hold on for a second.
okay.
Hey, Elder.
Yeah. Yeah. One quick thing, and then I'm gonna take on him. Who is this yokai and this Chaz? Who is that?
Shalom, Elder. It's me. My phone battery died. This is Jacqueline, so I had to use the device that they use for the children's class.
No, you had to use your kids' ones. You taking from your kids. That's what. Yeah, just be honest. You taking your kids' stuff.
Oh yeah, they were sleeping, so
Yeah, so you took it, and you would have got mad at them if they did you like that. But that's okay. That's all. That's all right. We'll leave it
right.
all alone. We'll leave it alone.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hi, Miss Jackie.
Okay.
Shalom.
Okay. All right. Shalom. Yeah, but yeah, brother Henderson. That was 100% pride. That was pride. That's not what you said, Jam. I don't see it as pride, but that was pride 100%. See, actually, that's what he was actually telling you. And he's doing it in a respectful way. What we have to remember, if it's something that's real challenging, I knew it's going to be challenging, no matter what. And you saying, well, they not going to let me fall. Now I'm going to let you in on the secret. If you adamant on something, I'm a 100 let you fall. I'm going to let you fall because you refusing to look at what was true. The only way you got out of that was through my wife. That's how you got out of it. Because I was going to let you fall. And the main thing is, what I'm saying with that is, when stuff like that happen, I'm going to come at you with everything. I'm coming at you. I'm not coming at you being cool about it. I'm going to come at you to destroy. That's I go from one extreme to another. But then, because I have to make you see the point. The thing is, I'm doing no different than a servant than what he would do to us. When we sit there and we adamant about doing something, guess what he do? He let us fall. If you want to see that happens, he tells us stuff in Deuteronomy 28, what not to do. And he will be blessed. But as soon as we don't, you start at verse 15. He's going to show you what he is going to do. And he's going to let stuff go down. It's not where he's going to sit there and say, once I do part of this, I'm going to pick you up. He's going to pound this into us. We still going into this today. So this is the thing. Humility is different to where you can be given something. Once you're given that, you take on that and say, well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take your advice against myself, and I'm gonna walk blind and just say, okay, I'm gonna step back. You didn't do that. You said no matter what. No, I want this. It's a challenge. As soon as I would have got that, immediately when I would have got that, I would have stepped back automatically. Especially if it was coming from Dr. Shaw, as soon as he said, well, I think you need to step down on this, I would have stepped back immediately. Because I already know he's going to come at me with both guns blazing, and I already know I wouldn't have had a leg to stand on. So these are times when you do things like that. That's pride. That pride kicks in, and that's what we got to get rid of. Pride, it'll hide in your body in certain places. So when things come up, pride will show itself, and that's what's going on. And we got to remove that pride. We got to get rid of it. And a lot of people who will sit there and say they don't have pride, they have it. So the same thing when we get to this 60-fold. He was asking you about that 60-fold. You started talking about something I didn't understand what that 60-fold you said you have. So be between 30, 60, and 100, where do you stand yourself at?
I'm still trying to reach that point, Elder Johnson.
I'm not okay. I didn't. Okay, I'm asking the clear question.
Yeah.
At 30, 60, and 100, where do you put yourself at? That's the question he was asking.
In between the 30 and the 60, and not quite the 100 yet.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you again.
Yeah.
Between 30, 60, and 100, where do you place yourself?
I'm gonna place myself at the 30, or working toward getting toward the 30 within that frame.
Okay, you see the reason I keep asking you say you this, and then you say I'm working towards that. You're doing a double negative, so that's why I keep getting thought. So again, I'm gonna ask you again. Between 30, 60, and 100, where do you place yourself?
I place myself at 60. That's what
That's what he was asking. So I'm gonna let him finish that. Then he can go. Then we can finish it out because that's what he was asking. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let him hold to where he can. Once he get that from everybody, then he gonna. What you said, Dave?
Now I was gonna let him know something real quick.
Okay.
Brother Chevy, you say you place yourself at 60, right?
Yes.
Can you regurgitate what that 60 means based on today's study? My presentation today, can you tell me what that 60-fold means?
Matthew.
All right, so I'm not gonna hold you. So,
Right at this point right now.
all right, that's cool.
No.
The reason I asked, right? I'm gonna have to be honest with you, bro. You're not at you're though by your responses, you haven't understood anything that's been spoken about today. That 30-fold you haven't even come to terms with yet. I don't want to give too much away, so I'm gonna just leave it at that for now. Just hold back, just sit back for a little while and just watch how the rest of this develops. All right.
All right.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate your advice and also you, Elder Johnson.
Mother Gear.
Shalom.
Shalom, Mama.
Okay, would you do me a favor and repeat your question again because I got kind of thrown off.
Okay, no problem.
Mhm.
Saying that based on what was presented today, I like to know. I like to understand how you view the necessity of 60-fold. Like how would you explain why 60-fold is necessary?
Okay, 60-fold.
Mm-hmm.
When I
And
got
I'm sorry. On top of that, I like to know where you would place yourself as well.
okay, can I start with that first?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, from the time I got baptized, I thought I was at 60-fold. And then it's like Elder says, when you get baptized, things happen, and then you really start finding out where you weak at. So I kind of like dropped myself down to 30, trying to work myself back up to 60 because I'm working with getting more. Well, put it this way, I have faith, but I have to work on making that faith stronger. And I'm starting to see that I was weak because I let, like you say, you throw out the crumbs and all the birds come down and they start eating I start letting things that in this world affect me. Like my husband got ill and he started complaining. I started worrying about that. And I should have been doing more work on more reading to help build up my faith. And so I started going back to reading. I started going back to feeling more secure than what I had before I got baptized. If you can understand what I'm saying, it's just that it's like I realized that I'm juggling, and by talking about it and by understanding, hey, the Most High has it. He's going to control it. No matter what I really do, all I can do is make myself more aware that I have to put my trust in the Most High. I have to put my trust in doing my reading and trying to understand what I'm reading so I can be where I should be. And that 60%, when you get to that 60%, is that you're not working on what you have to do when you're in your 30% because you got more confidence in what you know because of your reading and your understanding. And then you can work on that to make it even better, which can you really can go to that 100%. But I'm working on getting back to that 260% because, like I said, I kind of like let things start bothering me, and I have to get out of that frame of mind because I'm a fighter. You know, when I say I want something, I really try to work at it. Um, and that's where I'm at. So I'm working on getting to 60%, and I can't get that 60% without working through stuff at the 30% level.
So
I hope that makes sense.
I understand what you said. So you believe that reaching that 60%, so you first of all you believe you're operating at 30%, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm working on it.
all right, so can I ask what is 30%? Is it just is it a
30% to
number or is it
no,
representing?
it's not really a number. What it is to me is, like I said, I'm working on me. I'm trying to get rid of all the stuff that I thought was coming that I had got rid of, that I realized it really wasn't gone. It was like you put a blanket over it and you constantly I'm trying to out rip off the blanket to go into it so I can move forward. Like you say, you bury it. I buried a lot of things, but I have to still work on myself. And even if I felt like I was at 60%, I would still have to work on myself because it's a everyday war. It's a constant war.
I want to show you something, Mother
Hey,
Greer.
D. Hey,
Yeah.
D. Real quick. Which what she's saying. And this is what a lot of people say, and I don't know why, and it still come off. And it comes off, and I can't use no other word but Christiany.
Mm.
When they say to me, so they say this is what it means to me.
Mm.
That's an issue. So that's something that everybody need to watch. When you saying, okay, hey, I see it, because that's what Christians actually do. They'll say, what is this saying to me? And they
Okay.
come up with 45,000 different ways what something means to them. So just keep that in mind. All right, Dick, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I thought you said, what does it mean to me? Okay. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I want to just show you something. And
Okay.
a lot of us are getting this a little twisted, right? We're trying to put things under our own strength, under our own power, saying that I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do this, I have to do that, right?
Okay.
Go to Deuteronomy chapter 8, verses 17 and 18 again. Can you read that, please, Mother Gear? Can you see it?
Yeah. And thou say in thy heart, my power and the might of my hand have gotten me this wealth.
I'm gonna stop you
But
right there. I'm gonna stop you right there for a second. Now, that's the mistake that we're all making.
okay, because it's not we're not doing it. It's the Most High that's
Once you yield and acknowledge,
uh-huh.
I might spoil this for, but I want you to understand this, okay, Mother Gear?
Okay.
Once you yield to the 60-fold, the
Mm-hmm.
60-fold is the realization that we are not perfect. We don't have the might to do anything. So you
Okay,
would
I
have to
got
have
it.
the 30-fold in order to move towards the 60-fold. The 30-fold is this part. Read 18, please.
But thou shalt remember the Spirit of God, thy God, for it is he that giveth the power to get wealth, that he may establish the covenant which he swears unto thy father, as it is this day.
Okay, I'm gonna take
I
one more.
understand it.
I'm gonna take you to one more place, which we covered as well. First
Okay,
Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 7. Can you see that?
yeah. So then neither is he that planteth anything, neither he that watereth, but God has given the increase.
Right. So
Okay.
basically, it is not us. 60-fold again is realizing our imperfection, our incompleteness. He made man without a soul, right?
Okay.
Um, we relying on the multiplication, the multiplying power of God's spirit and his power. So he's the one that gives the increase. We can do nothing on our own. Once we learn that and once we yield to that 100%, once we get
Mm-hmm.
fully into that, that is actually working towards the 30%, the 30%. So if we still sitting here saying that I'm doing this and I'm fighting for this and I'm fighting for that, I'm trying to be strong. Once you keep putting I
Yeah.
in it, soon as you
Mm-hmm.
put I in it,
That's it.
we lost the 30%.
Okay. All right. I understand now.
And Mother Gear,
Yes.
just also letting you know, and this actually proof is in the pudding. Um, Deacon Hicks, and just the proof in the pudding. He actually taught something that was 100% spiritual. But then this also shows how much people really understood what he was actually spitting out. We only have a few hands up
Mm-hmm.
because most people don't understand spiritual.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. That's why it's highly important. I see people putting their hand up now, but I'm just saying, when you spit out spiritual and what he actually did, that shows you a lot of people don't quite understand it because he actually explained it to you. And the main thing is I'm gonna show you this one piece,
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
and I want you to tell me what you see. Can you
Okay.
pull up the Bible and go to Genesis 2:1?
Yeah. 2-1.
And then I'm gonna have Deacon Khalil give a dang Bible class on how to make sure y'all don't shrink y'all screens when y'all doing that.
It only does that with Genesis 2.
Okay. Okay.
It
Y'all,
only does that with Genesis 2.
yeah. Okay. Mother, can you read that for us?
Thus the heaven and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them.
Okay. What stands out to you?
What stands out to me is that all the creation was finished. He had done all the work. He had set up all the things to work
Oh,
in order.
so explain to me all what that mean then to you.
Okay, that the land was formed, the heavens were formed, the everything that the Most High knew that had to exist, that He created, was all finished.
Okay. I appreciate it. Now, I want you to keep those people who hands up, but who all agree with Mother Gear. I want you to put your hands up. That agree with what she just said. Some people are doing it because they doing it calculation. They trying to see what they're gonna do, and then they'll do it later. But I want to just see people who honestly, that's all I wanted. Really, just honest people who just, because I got some people they'll wait till later, then they'll put their hand up, and that's what shows me the difference. But this is a learning situation, so all we have is that. So my question now is, before I even answer it, I want to go to let me see. Can we grab one dick? Let me see. I'm gonna go to people. I want everybody to keep their hands up though. I want everybody to keep their hands up. Cause now I'm gonna go to people because I want to know why. And see this is how we take care of this. And Brother Darren, do you believe it? See, this is how we're gonna start taking care of a lot of this. Brother Darren King, do you believe it? And so why your hand's not up? Yeah, I'm hitting him to unmic. For some reason, he don't want to unmic. So next time he try to have a question, we just leave him mic'd. Brother Daniel Connor, do you believe what she said? Yeah, but everybody, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Deep?
I can hear you.
Shalom, Elder. I'm at work. It's Brother Darren.
No. We good. We good. I'm trying to catch Daniel Connor
Okay.
because I'm still hold of that. Let me go down the list.
Excuse me, Elder. Brother Connor just texted me. He said his mic ain't working.
Okay, I didn't say it on mic, but that's okay. Same thing is I'm gonna keep going down. Who we got here? We got Brother Daryl. Brother Daryl, do you believe or not believe what she said? And if so, why? So why people not unmic? And I don't even get this. I'm asking the question clearly to people and they can't even unmic.
Shalom, Bob. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at work myself and I'm in the crane and I kind of didn't hear the complete question.
Okay. Okay. So no. So we'll let that one go. So don't worry about it. We got you. And Brother David Royal. Do you believe? Not believe. Shalom. Did you believe?
Not believe.
You didn't believe? And why is that?
I was looking at it as far as the heaven and the earth. The earth would be the people, and the heaven would be all the knowledge and stuff from the messenger.
So in that verse, so what was the verse saying then? Can you tell me that?
I'm gonna just keep it up. So everybody
Yeah. So what did you see?
I can't see the verse because I'm at work.
Oh, you at work. Everybody at work today. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody at work today. Yeah, shoes. But shoot, as soon as I sit there and ask for money for a dang boat, one dang penny, I can't even get that. That's okay. I need somebody who can see it. 1 second. Sister Hudson. Sister Hudson. Why your hand's not up?
Shalom, Elder. I'm working, so in full transparency, I'm not totally like listening to everything in this. So that's why my hand's not up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. This is highly, highly interesting today. We got Sister Donna McKeither. Sister Donna McKeither. I don't know what's wrong today. It seems like people can't unmic. We got all these issues. I don't get this today at all.
Ah,
Yeah, dude, this is a crack up. This is literally becomes a crack up because everybody normally can unmic immediately, but now they can't unmic.
I usually get 30 people, 30
Yeah, but
hands up.
nobody's unmicing. I'm asking who's unmicing. Nobody's unmicing. But that's okay. So once we come around to where I ask a question, everybody got their hand up, and I'll go over them. They shouldn't have no questions because evidently I'm gonna take it as they it's hard for them to unmic.
Mic ain't working, huh?
Yeah, because their mic ain't working.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just take it just as that. They might just don't work. Sister Jenkins, why you didn't have your hands up? Do you believe it or what's going on?
You said Jenkins, right?
Yes.
Okay, shalom, elder.
So
Mhm. I didn't have my hand up because I was kind of looking up the spiritual word and see how it functions. And Genesis 2:1, it says, "That's the heavens of the earth." When I look up heavens, it said firmament, and it says separation. And it says the earth are the people. And then I was looking up finish. So I was just trying to look up words to see how it kind of flows.
okay. All right, fair enough.
And what I'm kind of seeing is that it's not saying that everything is finished. It's just saying about the separation of the spirit and the people is kind of where it's leading me.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna show you what's going on. And see, and I know a lot of people later gonna sit there and say they knew this, but that's why I put real small confidence in flesh. Because people later say, oh yeah, I knew that, and they didn't. That's why we got to start operating differently. Because he's teaching 100% spiritual, but people is not doing certain things. So when we look at finish, when you're looking at finish, I want you to see right there. No, you ain't got to go spiritual dictionary. You can go right there. It says that heaven and earth were finished. So Mother Gear,
Yes.
you see right where it says finish?
Yes.
I want you to understand one clear thing. It says it was complete?
No, it doesn't.
Bingo. The reason it wasn't complete because it tells you he's going to explain to this why it's not complete. Can you read verse 2 in 2:2?
And on the seventh day, God ended his work.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Scroll on up deep. Scroll up deep.
Yep.
Which he had made and had rested on the seventh day for all his work which had he made.
And read verse 3.
And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it because that is in he had rested. Wait a minute. Yeah. He had rested for all his work which God created and made.
Okay. So the point of this is this. Why is kind of being complicated to some people? In 6 days, he created the heavens and the earth, correct or not correct?
Correct.
He rested on the seventh.
Correct.
Okay. D, can you go back over there to 666?
What number is that? 6.
Okay. You see what that says? 6 opposing, 6 ways,
and 6
evil. Yeah. So if it was complete, do you think people will still continually die?
Could you say that again, please?
If the world is complete, do you think everything will still be dying?
It's not complete.
No, I'm not asking you that. If the world was complete, will people continually die?
No.
Exactly the point. The world wasn't created for people to die. Spirits lives forever. So 6 days is letting you know it's not complete. So when he's telling you about the 60-fold, I'm going to go back to him because I'm going to let him finish that part out. So when you look at that 60-fold, you have to be recognizing something else. Understand that. It's the same when you go to the 30-fold, which he's going to explain all this to you. The thing is, a lot of us will take on things and we say, okay, well, everything was completed. No, it wasn't. He's telling you it wasn't. It was finished. He was done working. But it's an ongoing process in your own life. Now the main thing is what trips a lot of people out, but we can't never get around the fact. And can you run to Jeremiah 3:15? This is what people dislike. Many people dislike this. 3:15. Tell you, I'm gonna give you pastors according to my heart that shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. The reason why is that's the main purpose on why he's telling you to remember the Sabbath day, because you got to understand how you need to be growing the way you can be complete. You follow me? Mother Gear?
I'm here.
You follow me?
I kind of understand it.
Okay, so for you to be complete, so you can come to full bloom, the way you can be harvested at the end. You have to continually grow. So 6 days you working all those things out. On the 7th day, you get full understanding on what you need to do.
Okay. So the 7th is that 7th day after you get all this knowledge and understanding. That 7th day means you are completed. So that means you at 100.
You ain't completed. You being completed.
You're being completed. Okay.
So that's the point of that. So they just like watering the grass every day. Elders and deacons and brothers teaching every day. Then on the 7th, he reigns. That's what's going on.
Okay.
But a lot of people still don't accept that. So since they don't accept it, it's not something for us to dislike or to encourage at all. The thing is to keep moving. You let the weeds fall with weeds. You let grass grow with grass.
So when he was talking about that the 60% when you have to go to the 30% to move up to.
No, what he was saying is if you operating at 60%, and you saying I, tell him what she's doing.
You're not doing it.
No, tell him what she's doing, D.
You're being private. You're taking the credit.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I understand what you're saying. That, yeah. When you do say I, you are taking the credit. You're not giving it to the Most High.
Yeah, so you just hold on to it. And then I know you're going to share a lot of other information with you guys. But the main thing is, a lot of people can't do eyes. That's why we don't see a lot of hands. This is 100% spiritual. This is why the complication is here.
I got it now.
Because I'm going to tell you, this should be an oxymoron, meaning today, how many you got in here, D? He should have seen 93 hands. Literally, that's what he should have seen.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I raised my hand.
Oh yeah, it's a good thing you raised your hand because it still pricked you, but it's showing you. You understand things, but then he needed you to understand some more things. So now that's why he told you some things, and I'm sharing things with you. So you're fine. You're fine. You just ain't put in that penny, but that's beside the point. But the thing is, he's working with you to where you can understand what you need to do. Because if not, he wouldn't have never told you. He would have never shared it with you. That's why you think D shared that with you. That's not coming from him. That's coming from Christ. It's sharing you what you need to know. What I'm sharing with you is not coming from me. It's coming from Christ. He's showing.
That's because he wants me to know.
Yeah, exactly. He wants you to know. Why?
Mother Gad, I'm gonna tell you right now, the spirit is riling up in me right now. It's a lot more that needs to be said because I don't think anybody really understood what just happened today. Because when me and Elder Johnson had this conversation on this very subject, I saw it as a game changer to where, wow, like my head blew off the top. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this is something that I could take with me for the rest of my life. And,
Yeah, because I'm saying wow because
I want y'all
I'm
to feel
starting
the
to
same.
understand more.
I want y'all to understand this. I want y'all to feel the same way I feel about this topic. So we're gonna get the understanding today fully so that we can understand how to move from here on out. We gotta understand the 30-fold, the 60-fold, and the 100-fold. So I'm gonna say
Thank you both.
I'm gonna say this. Can everybody put their hands down for a second? I'm gonna ask another question real quick. Mr. Garrett, put your hand down. All right. Put your hand down. All right. So what does 10 mean? Anybody know what 10 means? Now you can put your hand up if you know. We've had this spoken about a few times. I'm going off of basic memory. Sister Tanisha?
Shalom, D.
Shalom, sis.
10 means unknown.
Copy. Just that. All right, y'all can put y'all hands back down. So 10 is unknown. With that being said, I'm gonna just throw one verse out there. So we all know, wait, what was that? John 3:7? John 3:7. Oh, John 3:8. My bad. All right, so check it out, right? With that being said, the wind blows where it lists. Thou hears the sound thereof, but cannot tell whence it comes and whither it goes. Right? I'm gonna leave it at that. That's that unknown. All right. And wait, what was he? What was it? Go back to we're gonna go back to 1 Corinthians 3:7. So we know that that's the unknown, right? 3:7. Just need y'all to see this one part right here. God giveth the increase. Okay. So first of all, his spirit, where the wind blows, where the wind lifts, we don't know. That only shows the sovereignty of God. He's the sovereignty. He's the wind. He's going to blow how he blows. And we know not where it comes, where it's going. We are only at its mercy. We also know that God gives the increase. That is the 10 factor. The 10 factor. Now, if we take that understanding and we know that 6 is spot and blemish and imperfection, we take the multiplying power of God and join it with this spot and blemish, right? That'll be the 60-fold. 6 times 10 is 60. So that is actually the acknowledgement of spot and blemish, acknowledging the imperfection, acknowledging the incompleteness. It is not I that gets us out of these situations. So now we need the 30-fold. The 30-fold. Be being prepared, because the 3 is preparedness. But we need that multiplying factor, the unknown. We need that multiplying. What he said? What he said? What he said to us in Genesis 1:28. He said, he blessed us. He said unto them, be fruitful and multiply. Multiply. Prepare our hearts. Multiply. So we taking that preparation, but we're using that multiplying factor of 10, which is unknown, which is the spirit. That spirit goes where we don't know, but we have to trust in it 100%. We take that preparation, multiply it by that 10, we get the 30-fold. The 30-fold is understanding the need to lean on the spirit for everything. Everything.
Hey, Dake, to be honest, I don't think they quite understand what you pushing, to be honest. I'm gonna find out real quick, because I understand everything you're saying, but I want to run a couple of things. We want to run same thing. He's running mathematical incompleteness. So I want to show you something, and then I want to see, do anybody understand the differences on what I'm gonna be doing? Can you pull those Bibles back up?
Sure.
I want you to go to Leviticus 26 and verse 10. I might have need somebody to read that for me. Can someone read that?
And ye shall eat old store and bring forth the old because of the new.
Okay, now you heard what he just said. Go to Ecclesiasticus 18:1.
Yeah, read, bro.
He that liveth forever have created all things in general.
Okay. Did you see what happened there?
I wait a minute.
1 second.
He said,
Oh, yeah, go. Oh, 1 second. 1 quick second. Oh, oh, there you go. You don't know where they are. Wait a second. Let me. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to get the door. My wife then lost her keys. So, and then she was beaming on the door. I was sitting there like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah. So what was that I just showed you?
I went back to Leviticus so he could reiterate himself real quick.
Okay. So what was it showing you?
it said that I should learn the Old Testament and bring forth the Old Testament with the New Testament.
Okay. So what was it showing you was the spiritual mathematics of incompleteness. There's not an error, but it's showing you how the spiritual is in evolution. That's what it was showing you. So that's number one, what it was doing. Let's drop down to Genesis 2:1. We're going to see this. We're going to see something else again.
Told you every time.
Yeah.
Get that out of the way.
Okay. Genesis 2:1. Can you read that?
Does the heaven and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them.
Okay, and now we're gonna go over here to Hebrews 4:3.
For we which have believed do enter into rest. And he said, as I have sworn in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest. Wow. Although the works were finished from the foundation of the world.
So what happened?
If we enter into his rest, which is the Sabbath day, that will be complete.
We will or we are?
Well, I can't say we are because I'm speaking for myself. I don't know about the other.
Just speak in general.
Okay, we will.
So we will be if we just do the Sabbath.
Right. If we enter into his rest.
So you talking about that's present time?
Yes.
No. Okay. Your thought pattern is not too bad, but that's why I was showing you those too. Because basically, what it's showing you is everything is completed. Everything is completed, but to enter into the rest, that's completion. So for us to get there, we have to work towards that. You follow me?
That's right. I forgot about 7 being completion. That's right.
Yeah. So we're working towards that.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's not bad. Not bad the way you said, but we got to make a couple of changes. See, this is why I say, it's highly important. I don't know how important it is for people, but it's highly important. Some people play church, some people play Bible. This is why some people can always take me as a butthole. They can take me for however they want to take me. But my thing is, I'm going to do my job. I'm going to do my job to the fullest. The purpose is to where who want to go over there, I'm gonna make sure they get there because I'm striving for the same thing. However, you have some people who's going to play this. And the main thing is, it's the biggest problem that most people run into. Don't never get too close to someone that you're not trying to achieve the same goal. Meaning, some people will try to get real close to me. And what'll happen is they'll get burned because they're going to find out I'm not really one to be played with. But if you is trying to get to the same place, they'll tell you I done been called teddy bears and teddy bear, this and that. I done been called all this stuff. But up front, people sit there and say I'm something else. But the people who do that, we trying to get to the same place. So we strategize in scripture, legally, combing, doctrine, doing this, doing that, making sure we can get to where we need to be to. Because the main thing is, this world is finished on what we need to do. Everything designed to know good and evil is here. All we got to do is know how to choose the good and rebuke the evil and keep moving forward. And don't look back. That's our key. You got them little seeds on you, pluck them off. some of the stuff, I'm gonna let him finish the 60 and 30 stuff. I'm gonna let him finish that because I was gonna share it, but he's well capable of doing what he need to do there. But that's the keys of this. So when we see scripture and we see those are unorthodox scriptures I was showing you, but I'm showing you finish verse incomplete. Mathematics of incompleteness was the first one. That's what I was doing. So, if you have a question later, me, you can talk later. But that's the main logistics of it. All right, D.
Thank you, Elder. So basically, we was going into the 60-fold understanding. All right, I'm just gonna break it down layman's real quick, because again, that 10 was the multiplying factor, the power of God. He told us to be fruitful and multiply. Let me go back. I'm sorry. Go back to Genesis 1:28. Train of thought can flow from there. All right. Again, God blessed them, gave us knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. But where did it come from? It didn't come from our might. It didn't come from our minds. It didn't come from our power. Right? He said, be fruitful and multiply. Take that spirit that lists where it lists and goes where it goes. Right? With that, we replenish the earth. With that, we subdue it. Okay? What did he say in Proverbs chapter 3? Get that out of there. It says, we can use all the way up to 7. We can use up to 7. Trust in the Spirit of God with all your heart, with all your might, with all your desire, with all your mind, and lean not until our own understanding, right? Because, in all our ways acknowledge him, and he should direct your paths. Be not wise in thy own understandings. Okay? So the importance of the 30-fold factor is acknowledging the sovereignty of God, acknowledging the power of God, acknowledging his multiplying factor, acknowledging however things are going to go is due to his will and his power, right? Once we get that in our mind, we understand the imperfection that we have, that we are, that 6 factor, the aspect of 6, with the multiplying power of God, he gives us the understanding to acknowledge our imperfection, acknowledge our weaknesses, acknowledge that we need to lean on him. Take yourself out of everything. No matter what the situation is, take you out of it. Let God do the work. We went in that water and we killed this flesh, supposedly. We were supposed to kill this flesh. Leave that flesh in the pool. Leave that 6 factor there. Come out of it in the 30-fold, understanding that it's all God from here on out. The 60-fold acknowledges that we had to leave that in the pool. That 100-fold is that balance of the increase. We don't know where we're going to end up. That's why he said in Revelations 2:7, go back, he that has the understanding, let them obey what the Spirit says. To him that overcome will I give to learn of this tree of life. What is the tree of life? We could go right to that. Tree of life. Whoo! Perfect weights and measures. Balance. The tree of life. The hundredfold. However, what it takes is having an understanding, obedience. It's in the law. What he said in Deuteronomy? Deuteronomy 10 and 12. 12 and 13. He says, Israel, what doeth the Spirit of God require of thee but to fear, desire the Spirit of God? That's not a catchphrase. To desire the Spirit is all the Spirit. He does everything. We do nothing. Live in all his ways. To promise him, not promise ourselves. We're not going to be serving on a platter ourselves. We're serving the Spirit on the platter. We're going to bring forth that Spirit to serve him. Is another, to serve is also to bring out, to bring to someone. We bring it, and so we in a restaurant, we got service, they serving us food, right? What we supposed to serve to the world is the Spirit of God. We supposed to be bringing that out. That's the abundance of balance. That's the tree of life. Perfect weights and measure is the Spirit of God. We're every fiber of our being, all that soul, all of our spirit. These keep the commandments of the Spirit of God, the examples. That's what we are doing here. That's the hundredfold. The 60-fold is the acknowledgement of our imperfection. We can't do nothing on our own. The 30-fold is the need to lean on 100%, lean on the Spirit, might, the strength, a total trust, total submission to the Spirit. 30-fold, 60-fold, 100-fold. Now, with that being said, we could have a conversation. We can have a conversation. Let's talk. Sister Renee.
I just wanted to say I don't have no voice, so I can't raise my hand for nothing right now.
That's fine. Put it down. You good. Drink some water. Some lemon juice, something. I don't know. Some tea, hot tea. Sister Renee, you good. You're all right. Don't worry about it. Deep.
Shalom, Deep.
What's good, my brother?
Hey, just chilling. Okay, so you say you want to have a conversation. What you want to talk about?
Let's talk, man. How if you got an understanding of this, because like I said, man, when I really caught a grip to it, it profoundly shook me, and it's something that like, oh man, this is a real tool that I could really see stuff now and just move in that factor, just move right there, and I could take this with me everywhere I go in the book. Just even in my life now, it's like, all right, now I could truly be like, look, I could give it all away, give it all up, let everything go, and just move in the Spirit. That was a personal thing that I came, my personal conclusion. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Let's talk, yo. What you saying, bro? This is Bible therapy. This is a talk. This is a talk. TED talk, if you will.
Yeah. So what you was speaking on with the 30 to 60 and the 100 is like, from based on what you were saying. Now I'm gonna be honest, the mathematical incompleteness part that threw me, but I was paying attention to what was being said, and it's like an acknowledgement of him, but then realizing that you're nothing without him, and then you have to surrender. But the surrender has to be in its completeness, in its fullness, and not a partial surrender or anything like that. And that's really what I was getting from it. based on what you were saying. So like the 30 is like you're acknowledging that he has that control over everything, period. But then the 60 is you understanding that him having that control, you can't do nothing on your own. Why? He has all the control. But then the 100, that balance, that's you surrendering. But
The
like
60, my bad. The 60 is not the fact that he has all the control. The 60 is recognizing the incompletion, the imperfection that the flesh is.
Yeah.
Remember,
Okay.
he made man on the sixth day, the sixth. So what I said in what was said in second Ezra's, let me show you real quick. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to show you real fast.
No, you good. Hey, I'm trying to learn, man.
All right. Second Ezra's. Where was it? What was it? Chapter. Wait, let me get back to it. Just give me 2 seconds, bro. All right, second Ezra's. Come on, man. 3 and 5, my bad. 3 and 4. It says, O Lord, who bears rule. No, sorry, 5. It said, gave a body unto Adam, to mankind without a soul. That's it right there. We wasn't complete, bro.
So
He
that's
had to breathe in the breath of life to us. So we're not complete beings. The imperfections. So we were made, and let me go to Romans 1 and 20. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. So we're created beings. We're manifested as well, but we're manifested in this flesh. It's the spirit that quickens, that makes complete. We're just flesh. So we have to acknowledge that. That's the sixth factor. That sixth factor. That.
Hey D, real quick.
Yes, sir.
I like to see you keep it there.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you, Deacon Khalil. Is anybody or people who say one thing or 60-fold, do they possess a spirit?
Do people possess a spirit?
Yeah.
So do they have a spirit in them?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not true.
Oh, okay. Because that's going back to the second Ezra's 3 and 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So
true. That's why it's easier to see the way people operate. That's why it's really, really simple in a way. Because people who operate according to flesh, they too easy to see. It's a spirit that's controlling them. Okay, have you ever seen something without anything in it? It'll just act unruly. It's like a fish flapping out of the water. You follow what I'm saying? If you take a fish out of the water and then just lay it down, what is it going to do? It's just going to flop all over the place. Correct or not correct?
Yeah.
That's what I was told.
Okay.
Air is in the water as it is out of the water. You got fish. You got many fish that can come out of the water that can live out of the water just breathing air. Same thing, like I said, do you really drown? That's why I asked those kind of questions. The thing is, people will sit there and say they have spirit and they operate in their flesh. Because you can see the way it's operating. Technically, that's all he's saying. That's why it tells you knowing the ways of flesh, which are these, and it started telling you on how flesh operates. And flesh operates without that spirit. You follow me? Okay. I'm hoping I ain't confused. Can you go to Galatians 5?
I'm about to do it right now.
Yeah.
I was saying, like, based on what you were saying, the flesh, if you're because that's the part that's kind of tripping me up. Because I keep saying the understanding that was in my mind was, okay, if you operating according to the flesh, you're without the spirit of God, or his
Yeah.
spirit
And
is
then it's another spirit that controlling that body.
yes. That's why when you had initially said, do people have a spirit? That's how I was thinking about it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So the same thing, it's a spirit with them, but it's controlling them.
Yeah, because it might sound weird.
But Christ comes in you.
Okay.
You follow me?
Yes.
So you have one that will control you. You have another one that's in you.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Go ahead.
You have one that'll control you.
Okay, go to Luke chapter, I think it's 4 and 7. Luke 4 and 7. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Now what do that say?
If thou, for that reason, will worship me. Wait a minute. Okay. All shall be thine.
Okay, now let's watch this. Go up to verse 6. You got 6 right there, and watch 6, and then you get to 7 now. Now watch who's saying this?
The devil.
Did he say, let me come into you?
No, he didn't say that.
What he said?
He said, if thou therefore will worship me.
Really?
So you respected him, and you really
and you allowing him to control your flesh. So now he takes over your mind. Now, if you go over here to 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 16, he tells you exactly what he is.
Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you?
Well, it's in you. Because that's where he has to control it. That's why no matter what, I said this, when you're looking at Matthew chapter 3 and verse 16, you see these things happen. What did he do? What the first thing he had to do? He had to condemn his flesh.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened?
When he was condemned, went straightway out of the water, and then he was led of the Spirit after that.
Exactly the point. So this is why it's highly important to understand the difference. So what he's doing, I know this is probably deep for a lot of people, but they need to sit there and meditate on everything what Deacon Hicks told them today, all of it. Besides, some people say, "Oh, I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna go run over here to this verse." No, he didn't say that. Meditate. This is the number one problem that a lot of people have. As soon as they say, "Oh yeah, hey, this got this," "Oh, they ran me over," don't you do that. Meditate on it. Understand it first. Besides, it's running. Oh, the spirit ran. This spirit ain't ran you over there. Your mind ran you over there yourself. Because if you don't understand it, it's no reason to run to something if you don't understand it the first time. You follow me? So it's two spirits operating. One controls, the other one's inside. It leads you. You follow me?
Yeah, hold on, let me write that down. It's two spirits operating. One is the controller, but then one is the guide.
Mm-hmm. One will guide you.
Dang.
Okay.
So check it out, Khalil. This is Job 1:12.
And the Spirit of God said unto Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy power.
Everything in the flesh
Mm-hmm.
is in the spirit, in that spirit's power. So
Mm-hmm.
we have to recognize that and relinquish that and kill that off so that we can be controlled solely by the Spirit of God and His power. 60-fold. Recognizing recognizing this.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be sure that I'm actually understanding that and I'm not, because I don't want to walk away and then I didn't fully get it.
Please don't.
Yeah. So, and it's an analogy that's kind of coming to my mind that so we're a car, right?
Okay.
And you have the driver of the car, but then you have the one that is pretty much basically like you have the one that's like, here, go this way, go this way, go this way.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, we need to give the keys. We really, so we're giving the keys over to where we not the one driving the car, but we have to recognize that we don't know where we're going.
Yeah, that's giving it to Christ.
Yes.
Well, what some people do, they're in the car. They say, understand what I'm saying? They say they're giving the keys to Christ because they don't know where the hell they're going. Okay? They say that, but now they're getting ready to turn on Drink Street. They say, I'm not going to turn that way. I'm going to keep going straight. What happened?
They took the keys back.
He never gave the keys to him.
Right. They never gave the keys to him.
Because then if they never gave the keys to him, the same we look at now, we're going to go back to JEHOVAH, Jesus. Jesus didn't want to go down Golgotha Boulevard, but he went and he looked. It's same thing. He leaned over and he looked towards Christ and said, "Hey, if we don't have to go down this street, let's not go down this street. Not my will, but thy will. I just don't want to go down that street because I already know. I done read the book and I know how this ends." And he asked him, and then as he got closer, he said he went back again. Did he not? And said, "Hey, Christ, you ain't got to go down the street, my man. Don't take me down the street." He did it again. You follow me?
Yeah, he never the keys was already given, but instead of him, he didn't take control of anything. He was asking.
Bingo. He's asking, can we not go down this street?
Okay.
And guess what? He never took the keys back. He went on, he said, I don't want to go down that street.
Going in, we going.
Exactly. You going. He even sent the messenger the first time and told him, you going to go down this street. You was sitting in the back seat.
He pulled up next to him like, no, you got to go ahead, bro. You got to keep going.
Exactly. That's what happened. And he had to do it. That's a strong, when you give up keys, dude, that means you have no, don't you know everybody when they get on a plane, they do that with somebody they don't know?
Yeah. No.
They believe that person gonna get them to that destination. But then when it comes to Christ and Christ telling you what's going on in his book, he even put messengers in front of you. And they'll say, no, I'm gonna hold the keys, but I'm gonna let you drive. I'm gonna let you be the boss for right now. But as soon as something trip, they say, no, oh no, oh hell no, I ain't going down that place. They take the keys back.
So that means they not even at 30-fold then.
Oh, you just said it perfectly.
Because they still want to have some type of power.
Yep.
It is.
So the only way you can even get to 30-fold is by giving up the keys in the first place.
Period.
Without doing that, oh my goodness.
You gotta totally give up the keys. Don't even look for them keys back. Period.
Exactly what he been saying the entire time. This is all Deacon Hicks been saying the entire time.
Yeah. So that's not okay. It make a lot more sense. That's why you kept emphasizing it. When you saying I is bad. Yeah, I is bad because
exactly
I mean you got the keys.
You still got the keys.
Yeah.
But you saying you gave it over to Christ. You never did. You still got the keys in your hand. You have it. Well, you probably way too young. I don't know. Deacon Hicks might be too young too. But when I was in school, in high school, don't make it seem like I'm a dinosaur. But still, when I was in high school, we actually took driver's aid and driver's training in high school. Yeah, we actually can get our license. Yeah, we actually
got the permits in high school.
Yeah, we got everything. We got everything in high school, and then we just go to the DMV and then just take the driving test, and we got it. But we did everything there.
Remember those little fake cars?
Yeah, well, I'm talking, and we were driving. Actually, we did those, but we also had real cars. Now the difference is why I'm using that is the cars that we trained in. It had 2 steering wheels. And it had the big brake. We used to call it for the teacher. He had the big brake to where he could hit the big brake on your butt to stop you just in case you was going to have an accident. That's what everybody's doing. They say in Christ, we're giving you the wheel, but we got a wheel over here too. If I don't want to go down that way, I can turn it. If I need to hit brakes, I can hit brakes on you.
Now I see how this brought you to the understanding of pretty much a lot of other stuff, because this go back to it's a marriage, not a partnership.
Yeah. It's not a partnership. Nowhere. Yeah, it goes all back to that.
I told you, once you get this understanding, it's a game changer. This is everything.
Yeah. It's a part. Anybody sit there and they hold things against that. It's different. It's a whole different ball game there. People sit there and they want to say how much they trust Christ, how much they trust. That's not true. It's just not true. So that's why, me and him, oh man, me and Deacon Hicks had a joyful conversation, man. Me and him talked for a minute. Good conversation. But the thing is, to understand it, to get deeper into it, that's why I say he can take you 1,400 miles deep if you want to go that deep. Once me and him was talking, he can take you deep as you want to go. The thing is how much do you really, truly, really trust Christ, and you give him your keys?
Right. That's the beginning.
Yeah. That's the beginning of you give him the keys. Okay, I tell you what, I'm gonna ask you the $1 million question. I got to give it back to Deep. I'm gonna ask you the $1 million question. Mm-hmm. How do I get to heaven? Which direction I go?
I can't tell you.
Why? You can't tell me? That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna show you something. Can you go real quick to Isaiah 55:11? Let me see, do Christ come out of this man's mouth, this person's mouth, and let's see can he come back? Okay. All I want to do is just show you that. Can you read 55:11 for me?
Oh, so shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but however, it shall accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it.
Okay, so key thing is what we talking about is it know how to get back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he do.
Christ do.
Yeah.
I just asked you.
How you get to heaven then?
I just asked you how you get there, and you said, "I don't know."
Oh,
I don't know.
Yeah, you get back by surrendering.
Christ, bro.
Dude, that's why I sit there and say, okay, the same thing is whatever your profession is right now, what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, I come over there and they want me to be the main person. Now, when we get into a certain situation and you start talking, you know what I do? I shut up. Why? Who done been through this? Who know how to get through those situations? I just got there.
Right.
This is why when people know what's going on, you fall back. You let them take over. Let D go in and break some more of that down for you real quick.
Well, all right, let me just go to it. Hold up.
Yeah, it's making me think about the parable that you did with the that wife that was cutting the monkey.
Yeah. Yeah. It get worse.
Let me go to
It gets worse. But the thing is, a lot of people strive towards Christ. A lot of people. But there's a catch. Only a few when I actually join to him. Other people join to him based on blemishes, meaning they based on conditions. And they don't even know the conditions are there until it actually arrives.
Yo, D.
Are those the mustard seeds?
Yeah. But yeah, he wants you to read something, my brother.
No, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it. Now, I gotta get that. Let me see, because that made extreme sense. Okay, so that says, salvation saith unto him, I am the way.
Talking now, but who's talking now?
It's Jehovah, or the Spirit.
Right.
Yep. I am the way.
Yeah, he's telling you out his own mouth. But guess what? People will sit there and say, no. He just showed it to you. Now, I'm going to tell you this big secret. People dislike it, but I'm going to tell you the biggest secret. He didn't lead himself to show you that. It's what's in that man. So, yeah, show him that. Repeat that for him. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. And most people still going to sit there and say, I don't know, why you think I use the most common thing? I used to say it in the front all the time. Just look at me as Flavor Flav. I didn't talk about the man appearance or anything. He's just telling you what time it is. Okay, my question always will be to you. When you get a letter, do you savor and keep, oh, dang, this is the most beautiful, do like dumb Trump. This is the most beautiful, extravagant, best envelope I have ever seen? Or do you want to know what's inside the envelope?
You want to know what's within the envelope.
Okay, how many envelopes you done kept? Yeah, you trash them. Yeah. That's the point. The same thing I tell people, the same as I myself. Don't put me on that pedestal where, oh boy, he's the best envelope that we ever seen. Dude, I'm an envelope. I'm just a messenger.
Bro, when you get a check in the mail, you tearing that envelope up to get that check.
Exactly. You're gonna tear it open all kind of ways.
Envelope is shredded. Man, give me
Yep. You can care less how the envelope look. You want what's in it. Same thing right now. You think God want that outside part of you? He want what's in it. He want what's in you.
And what's supposed to be in us?
And if it ain't in there, he's tossing you.
Right.
Dude, man, why you think, okay, let's look at this and I got to give it back to Dick. That's why I say the same thing. People look and they look really for numbers. People really, they hold to numbers. That's why when I speak, I teach, I'm really a deterrent. Because I'm not looking for numbers. I'm looking for that one that he wants. People say, oh, he's arrogant. He ain't arrogant. I know what I'm talking about. I can show you what I'm talking about. Oh, he's hard to talk to. No, that's not true. The thing is, they find other things to do to walk away. Why? Christ didn't want them no way. That was the point.
Wait, say it again.
Christ didn't want them no way.
With
the person who's sitting there, oh, he's arrogant, he's this, he's that, he's this, so I don't listen to him. Yeah, he don't want them no way. He's not looking for them. I tell you what, show me one verse where Yahushua was speaking kindly. I want you to show me one. Just one verse where he was speaking kindly. Because I'm gonna tell you, if he was in 2025, he'd probably only have 2 followers. Because he talked serious trash. Serious trash.
Yeah, that reminds me of what Paul said.
Oh, Paul.
They got him looking all soft.
Oh, yeah, Paul. Paul, they would have killed Paul. Paul would have got killed. He would have got killed. Yeah, Yahushua wasn't no little bitty man. That was the difference with him. He wasn't no little bitty man. He was a big guy. So he was a different ball game. Paul would have died. They would have killed Paul. Joshua, they would have called the army on him. They would have had him assassinated. There's certain ones I can tell you they would have took out just on conversation. But let me go and let Deke take it back.
I appreciate it. You good, LeBron?
Is it okay? I'm getting what's going on. But if I have any more questions, is it okay if I talk to you about it? Still, okay. And then before I forget, Elder Johnson, I sent you that email for that one video.
Okay. And I'm gonna take care of that right now while we speaking. And I see it. So I take care of that right now.
Cool.
All right.
Appreciate it. But yeah. Any more questions on it, I'll let you know. But yeah, it's a complete surrender, and it's to where you can't use, because it's stuff that I'm dealing with that but it's to where you can't use nothing of you. You basically can't exist in the equation. It just don't work like that. So it's to where you gotta, you should be in the pool. That's the point. And if you mess something up, that needs to be on the altar. And if you mess that up, you need to leave that behind when you pass over. It's to where every single last ounce of yourself needs to be gone. Because if you ain't gone, then guess what? You're cooked. So that's why that's what I'm coming to understand.
But you know what you're speaking on right now? The 60.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate y'all. Shalom.
Shalom, bro. Real quick, Sister Jacqueline.
Hello, did you call me?
Yes, yes. I think Elder wanted to speak to you.
Sorry, what was the question?
Did you have your hand up?
Oh no, I didn't.
You didn't?
He just didn't know who it was at
I've
first.
just been listening. Oh, okay. Yeah,
All right, cool. You're good. You're good. All right. Sister Fatima.
Shalom, Deacon. How are you?
Good. Shalom, shalom.
So, can I just run through this just to make sure I'm understanding for what you are wanting us to get? Because you want us to honestly answer the question. You want us to say, are we 30-fold? Are we 60-fold? Are we 100? Right? But I want to make sure, based on how you laid it out, I'm understanding, even though you've tried to say it to us multiple times, more than one way, right? Okay, so 30-fold, you looked at the 10 because that's the unknown increase from JEHOVAH. And then the 3 is the preparedness, but is also tied to the leaning 100% on the spirit for everything. So I guess what I'm trying to make sure I understand is it's not like a ladder you're trying to climb up per se, because that's not the right way to look at it, but it's more, and let me see if I can explain this, how I'm thinking. You know how like when we have the rock and then the stone, and then you have the obscurity of the rock. I'm trying to figure out if depending on where we are, or where we say we are, honestly looking at ourselves, if we can honestly say I am still not in my clearness, based on being 100%. If you put me in water, you don't see nothing. If it's a diamond in water, you don't see anything. You just see water, right? Is that what you're trying to? Because I don't want to look at it like I'm climbing up, trying to reach 100, when really it's that understanding.
All right. So basically, we can't get to 100.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand if that's even a thing. Like the way it's laid out in scripture, you see 30 first, you see 60, then you see 100. I'm trying to see if this is a gradient, but it doesn't look like that's what it is. It looks like there's something else. And I just want to be honest and make sure I'm doing a correct assessment to say, where am I? Am I really at below 30? Like that's what I'm really trying to see here, because that's what I'm trying to
That
understand.
question, the only one that can answer that question is you. And
Yeah.
the only way that you can answer it, yeah, I'm sorry.
Can you go to Luke chapter 1?
Yep.
And look at verse 5?
Yes, sir.
You can answer a question.
Good, we good. Luke 1-5.
Yeah.
I already asked her not to do that, sweetheart.
Okay. Can you read verse 5?
Sure. There was in the days of Herod, the king of Judea, a certain priest named Zacharias of the course of Abia.
Hold it right there.
Mhm.
The course of was when?
Abia.
What is a beer? It's the time of harvest, correct or not correct?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, got it.
So I want you to read verse 6.
Okay. And they were both righteous.
We was telling you about Deuteronomy 6:24-25.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. And they were both righteous before God, walking in all
Hold it. What do walking is?
So they were observing and living in agreement with.
It was living that, they had that lifestyle and all the commandments and ordinance.
Of the Creator blameless.
Blameless. So, goes back to your question. Are you operating? When he brings something to you that you was unknown to you,
mm-hmm.
do you make sure that can be blamed against you?
Yeah.
Okay. When you find that you had an imperfection, not according to yourself, but to God, do you correct it?
All right. We talked about this correcting things. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you say, did I correct it?
Mm-hmm.
I know that me trying to correct something is
Mm-hmm.
not accurate.
Yep. Yeah. So you remember our conversation pretty good.
I remember it. You and I need to talk about that because it changed a lot. So yeah.
So the thing is, can you go to Acts 26, verse 7?
Okay. Unto which promise our 12 tribes, 12 trials, instantly serving God.
Hold it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly. Do it say work towards?
No.
Do it say start becoming that way?
No.
What do it say there?
Instantly.
Is that italicized?
No.
That's interesting.
So I'm instantly serving him in the spirit of my mind, according to what I now know he desires for me to do.
So when you find out something that's wrong,
mm-hmm.
and it's according to him, and when you fully understand it, go to Hebrews 10:26, and we're gonna see something. Mm-hmm. So now, once you fully understand it, so we're not saying you understood the first time, but once you have given that understanding, what happens?
For if we sin willfully, after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
Because you guess what? He really didn't take that mustard seed off. He really kept it. Mm-hmm. That's the point he's making. Many of us gonna always say we good. That's not true. That's why people sit there and think I talk in a double negative. I don't. I'm just showing people, prove me wrong. You don't have to tell me you done corrected it. Prove me wrong. Because the only people who have an attitude about it is the ones that's doing wrong and continually doing wrong. And they hear me saying it. But if they're not doing wrong, they already know you ain't talking about me. They can keep moving. Because you should, once you receive that truth, then you should make the adjustment. Not something, oh, well, I'm working on it. You're working on it. Really? How are you working on it?
So there's no such thing as working on removing a mustard seed.
You remove it.
You just remove it. Okay, so the 30-fold. Okay, I think did I explain that one right, Deacon Hicks?
Yeah. If you're at 30-fold, you should recognize that you need Christ.
Okay.
Period.
All right. Okay, so this is not in an elevation level. This is a recognition of Christ.
I like the way you formulated that. It's not an elevation.
It's not these things. It's all linear. It's all linear.
Yeah.
That's that. Okay. I was trying
Yeah.
to say
I
that
like
without
that.
saying that. So
I
it's
got you.
across the board.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay.
No, I like
So
that.
okay, that is helping me way more than okay. So now we got something going on there. Okay. So, can I just go back to Deacon Khalil's analogy with the car, right? So if we're saying that we are at 30, right? So I am, and perhaps, maybe everybody didn't. So say you make that, I'm going to 100% trust in Christ no matter what. If I got to go down that street, I know he's going to be with me while I go down that street, past those thugs, whatever. You got to go, right? So with the car and the keys, so it's not so much of okay, so is the trust and the confidence is there, but you're trusting in that word to guide you through every situation. So my question for you is every day when we're walking amongst being wrapped in flesh. And every day we have to bear this cross and suffer flesh to die, right? We might go through something and we just don't have the knowledge on how to get through that thing right at that specific moment. What is that looking like?
Yeah, you stand still.
Okay, got you. Okay.
And so your most best thing is as you go through these situations, you always stand and want to get understanding. Some people walk away from understanding just to be walking away, thinking, okay, Christ will take care of me. But they actually digging a hole for themselves later. So those are things you don't want to get into. As you continually learn, don't sit there and change it just because you're changing it for whatever reason. You're changing it because you change it for Christ. That's immediate.
Okay.
When you adjust it back, I don't care what it is, when you adjust it back to doing things according to the flesh, you proving yourself. You have never, Christ never had the keys.
Okay.
You saying that, you showing he never had the keys. So this is the issue. Now when people are talking about they recognizing they at 30-fold, that's the issue. Because if you saying you at 30-fold and you recognizing that you got to lean on Christ for everything, do you even do that? That's the question to everybody. Because if they do one thing and they don't trust in Christ, they're not even operating at that. That's the point.
Okay, so now this goes back
Well,
to
he's gonna keep going back, and he's gonna keep a lot of that.
it's gonna keep going back to being. I'm gonna keep going back to the rock and the stone because yeah, I'm gonna keep going back to. Am I am I in the sight of JEHOVAH? Is he seeing me in my clearness? If not, then that 30 is not being hit.
Okay, so this is your key. You keep this in your pocket. You never forget it. You same thing you train your children the same way. Don't ever put God knows.
Did I say that?
No. I said keep this in your pocket. You train them. God knows my operation. You want to make sure you fit that book. So whatever you need to take off, whatever you need to move, whatever you need to get rid of, you get rid of it. You don't know what his measuring stick is.
Right.
So since you don't know what the number is, Sister Fatima got to be shooting at 100 What she understands is 100 all the time.
All the time.
You wake up running.
Okay.
When you go to sleep, put a pillow, stand up, lean over to the side, and keep running. His measuring stick is.
Right. So you just right here, actually not right here. We were at Acts 26 and 7. So I'm operating on instantly 100 all the time, trusting 100% all the time, and let him do the measuring. If I need to stand still, I stand still. But what I'm doing is letting go. And you and I have talked about this, just letting go and not trying to do things a certain way, but just letting go.
Yeah. Because if you don't understand it, he'll know you don't understand it. Then he'll put places in front of you to where you can understand it. Then once you receive that knowledge, now you know how to move. Choose good and do refuse the evil. You can move forward. Now, as long as you keep shooting for that 100, keep shooting. You want to be blameless. When you get before him, you're blameless. Then he will complete you. Then you complete.
Okay.
But as soon as you sit there and say, well, no, I'm going to do this for me. I'm going to do this. He's okay. You know, he'll forgive me for this. Well, now you're thinking for God.
Okay. Because we can't do that. We just.
Exactly. We can't do that.
Okay. All right. Last question / comment, if you will. When you went to that Genesis verse with Mother Shirley about the heaven and the earth and the finished and the all the host of them. So when I didn't put my hand up, I reflected on a teaching that one of the deacons had, and it actually opened my eyes to looking at heaven and earth differently, the separation between Jacob and the children of Israel. So, and the hosts being those spiritual beings, those the heavenly hosts. So I didn't see that like the heaven and the earth. Was that correct or incorrect to hold on to that understanding?
You saying the heaven and earth?
Is that looking at Jacob and the children of Israel, the separation between the two?
No, we're going deeper than that. We're not looking at that. The heaven and earth is what we're using as our teaching tools.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Can you see heaven?
The separation? No.
Can you see heaven? Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Birds are flying in heaven. They're above.
Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. So you're looking at that like when we physically looking at heaven and earth.
Yeah, you can physically see it. Okay. Same as you see the stars and the moons. They're in another realm of heaven. You can see it.
Okay. So when you asked the question, you wanted us to look at what we can actually, like Romans 1 and 20. You wanted to know what we could see.
Yeah.
And what he's showing us.
So since you can see that, go to Galatians chapter 3, verse 24. So 3:24 tells you what?
Wherefore the law was our schoolmaster to bring us.
Now, when he brought out the sun, the moon, the stars, everything else, those came out according to the law.
Okay.
And those are training. That's why it says to be our schoolmaster. These are teaching methods to bring us unto who?
Christ.
And then that we can be justified by that same way, faith. But watch this, verse 25.
But after that faith has come, we are no longer under a schoolmaster.
So that's the issue what I was telling you earlier. That's why I have the issue. He should have had 90-something hands up. The reason I said that is because everybody say they understand everything, but no hands are up. That's why I said it don't make any sense, because they should understand it, because he was selling you something 100% spiritual. But the people sitting there, sitting back, saying, "No, I'm not going to put my hand up." Why? Because they don't quite understand it.
Mm.
And guess who? Guess who put their hand up? Mother Gear.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because he wanted her to see something else, another part of it. She understood it, but she wanted to need to understand something else.
Mm-hmm.
It speaks a lot. It speaks volumes. But that's the point of this, to understand what it is. All right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You good, sis?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Elder. Shalom to you, Sister Fatima.
No problem. No problem.
Sister Sharon.
Shalom, Deacon.
Shalom.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. When you first asked the question, I had wrote something down that while you guys were going through everything, I said, wow. So I didn't want to change anything, so I'm just gonna read it out. With a 60-fold. Let me see my volume again. The 60-fold. I said, first to acknowledge my sins and ask for forgiveness every day, killing my flesh every day, hearken unto his word, solely depending on the Spirit of God, have faith, yielding myself daily to his power, breaking my fallow ground, separating myself from flesh. I don't know where I am because I don't know God's measuring stick. So to reach to be, to be 60, I have to keep striving to 100. With me resting in the Lord, letting him be in control. He is my husbandman that I have to follow because he will guide me how to serve him when I solely commit unto him, not part, but all of me, committing my mind and soul to him, given because he had given me gifts to fulfill this. He had given me the pastors and elders, bringing forth his word every day for me to follow. So I don't know if I was on the right track with that.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sound really good. Sound really good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister.
Okay.
Sister T.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. So 30-fold is recognizing and 60-fold is operating and 100-fold is being completely rested in the Most High. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm processing everything correctly. Because I realize like in my present state that I have to be completely like submissive and not put my hands in anything and go to the Most High for everything because I don't work. So acknowledging that I need that help and asking God to lead and direct me on a daily basis is getting to that getting to that 30-fold, 60-fold. So I'm asking a question because I'm not.
And you saying what? Say that again. That question.
So I'm saying like me acknowledging and recognizing that I have to be completely submissive to the Most High and actually doing it, is that operating in that 60-fold?
Actually doing what?
Like being submissive and allowing the Most High to completely take control of everything and not putting myself into anything.
And you're asking, is that operating at 60?
At 60. Yeah.
See, the issue is we don't know. We're not the
Okay. That's what I was thinking. Like, it's unknown, like to know where you are at, but you can in hopes to be, operating in that.
Why you think Elder always keeps saying, pound it, always shoot for the 100-fold?
Yes, because we don't know his measuring stick. We don't know God's measuring stick.
Always shoot for the 100-fold. Always shoot for the 100-fold. Stop looking at it. Even with Sister Fatima realized that it's not a gradual thing, it's a linear thing.
Mm.
Always shoot for the 100-fold. Study to show yourself approved.
Got it. Because I'm sitting outside and I'm looking at these trees and I'm seeing how this tree is rooted and grounded. And the wind is blowing it where it desired for it, to go. And the leaves are moving the way that the wind is carrying it. So me being
Are those leaves submitting?
Yes.
So the power of that wind, that bliss is where you know not, right?
Right. Okay. So I'm just trying to make sure that I grasp it. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Shalom. Let's see. Brother, sister, Matt.
Shalom.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom. Okay, so I'm trying to think of how to work this. I most definitely recognize and acknowledge that God is the power and the sovereign over all things. So what I'm trying to, I know sometimes we always try to put something on God when he really had nothing to do with it. So, okay, what I'm trying to figure out is if I'm a situation. So I have at my job, I put in for a position. Okay. And so, but before I put in for it, I prayed about it. So that's why I say I involve God because I prayed on it. Okay. Now
Yeah,
I
hold
didn't
it,
get
hold it. You prayed to him saying what?
I prayed and I just said, I asked him, I said, if it's for me, then let me have it. And if it's not, then so be it, basically.
So technically, if you want me to have it, put me there. If you
Right.
don't want me to have it, don't put me there.
Yes.
So why would he put you there?
Well, it was, I mean, why wouldn't he put me there? One of them was a position of authority. So
I didn't
I would
ask you.
say,
I didn't ask you that.
okay.
So why would he put you there? Based on
Why
what you
would
just how you said you prayed.
Elder, can you give me 1 second? I'll be right back with you while you're
Yeah.
talking.
Mm-hmm.
why would he put me there?
Yeah. Why would he put you there based on how you prayed?
Um well, the reason I wanted it was because of uh the increase in
Okay. You still not answering my question. But the increase, but you didn't get the position.
right.
Okay, again. I'm asking you, why did you pray that way?
I prayed that way because I only want to be in I want just life period. I want to follow his path and his direction and whatever he had for me. Uh, that's what I desire.
So
Even
he
when
had
it
that.
comes
So
to
he
my
had that. So he had that. He had that money sitting for you, right?
no, I'm saying I'm thinking in the aspects of in all thy ways in my path, I try to Well,
You try?
no, I was getting ready to correct that. I what I do is I pray so I can stay in the path set that he wants me to be in.
Okay.
And that's even including well, I in my thoughts, that's even including in where I work at, because he is the one that gives me the strength to be able to get up to do the job.
Okay. So issue one is where you prayed and you knew in your heart, what you've been honest about, was the increase. Correct or not correct?
Almost there. It's about the money, most
It
definitely.
was about the money. It shouldn't have been about the money. That was your first issue. How many people you would have been over?
Probably about it's about 25 people.
How many of them? How many of them is people look like you?
It's about three of us that work there, three or four.
And how many of them is of other nations?
The other 22.
So what I think they Latinos.
Yeah, it's a lot of Latinos, a couple of white guys.
Okay. So
But
you
the
look
particular position that I'm talking about with this is a driver position. So that wouldn't have been about authority.
okay, you missing the entire point. You still gonna be above them. That's the whole point you missing. You keep as you keep trying to throw an excuse what it's doing. I'm trying to guide you to which what you did was wrong.
Okay.
It's not about the money. It's all about when you sit there and if that job will free up to where you can help his people, teach them, guide them in a certain way. That's one thing. Lord, I want this position. Let me have it if it's your will, Lord, to where I can go buy me a Bentley. So be it. Technically, what you saying without saying it. The thing is, Lord, if it's your will for me to where I can get more time, free up to teach your people, so be it. If not, put me where you need me to go. Is your first thing supposed to be what? Seek ye first
The kingdom of heaven.
for God. That's the first thing you supposed to be seeking. Not sitting there seeing how many dollars you're gonna make extra because that position open. He'll open them up. And he'll put you in places like that. He'll put you in positions to where you can free up time and you can do other things. But the main thing is, just because the job comes with more money doesn't mean that job gonna come and it gonna free you up. It come with more responsibility. And with that responsibility, it can tie up more time. With that more time, it can take away time. So you always got to watch how you pray and what you put him in. Because most people say, well, if it's the Lord's will, he'll give me, okay. Just like I tell people this all the time, stop putting God in everything, all that stuff, because there's some stuff that you want him to do. And he don't have nothing to do with it. If it's the Lord's will, me and you gonna meet together for lunch. Really. Y'all get the lunch, first thing you order. Hey, can I have some of them St. Louis ribs? Can I have some of those crabs and fatback? Now you literally making God a liar because now he the one who got you guys together. The same as the job. The Lord wants you to have it. He gonna give it to you. The main thing is always seeing angles on how you can help God in doing the work in the vineyard. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
So some people need to change how they do that because it's the same thing. If you're in a world where it's a lot of commotion, a lot of stuff that's going on there, yeah, Lord, if you want me here, He'll put you where he need to put you, or he'll move you from that place and put you where he wants you to go. But just because the same thing is, you go into a when you having surgeries, you pray for surgeries and everything else. You want the best that's there. You want to make sure that people either have an open mind or a mind towards being perfecting on their skills. You want a person who is very anal about what they do. So when you pray, that's what's in the prayers. Not sitting there. See, because if it's sitting there saying, you hear me, I even pray with people. And I say, yeah, let them be of you, meaning they're an empty vessel. But then their skills is always open because they're always looking at perfecting themselves. You have people who's highly anal. They think they're the best in the world. Some of them even think they're God because they know they can do whatever. They'll sit there and say they can bring a body back up and everything else. So the thing is, God a lot of times use them same ones to do your certain procedure. The reason why, they're perfectionists. And they don't have nothing to do with God, but they have this God complex. I can show it to you time and time again where you'll see people do like that. The thing is, with people sitting there saying, well, Jesus this and Jesus that and Jesus this and Jesus that and Jesus this, Satan to do temporary things. Jesus Christ ain't did nothing. Man is resting. Satan did you a temporary fix. People say they came up and looked over their bodies, they were dead, and they looked over their body. They telling you a whole bunch of lies. So you pray, you make sure you pray, making sure that if it's his will for you to do that, based on you trying to advance his kingdom, that's one thing. I can make a few more dollars an hour, that's something else.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be no reason for him to answer that. Because he said, anything you ask in my name, I will do. But the law tells you, actually, I just showed that yesterday, don't go after their prosperity or their wealth here. Don't do that here. You follow me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right, my brother.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Shalom, Brother Mac.
All right. Shalom.
Brother Connor, you free now? You good? You good to go? Nah, you still down, homie. I'm sorry. Sister Melissa.
Shalom, D.
Shalom, sis.
Okay, so just for clarification for me, so if I am doing things my way, that's not me surrendering to the Spirit of God. Correct.
Yeah.
So when I come to the acknowledgement that I'm doing that, and I, make it known to him and turn away from it, and allow him to take control. That's me giving him the control. like the 60, correct?
That's the 30.
That's the 30. Okay. So like the 30. And so once I do that, and if I come into a situation again and I don't do nothing, I just pray and just leave it in his hands.
Yeah.
That's the 60. Will that be the 60?
Let me ask why would you say it's the 60?
I don't know. I just trying to understand it.
I'm trying to understand why. I'm trying to understand your thought process. Why would you? Because you might be correct, but why would you say it's the 60? I just want to understand what you
I
understand.
would say 60 because 30, I've already acknowledged it. 60, I acknowledge that he has to take control. He has to have total control. And so I just...
All right, I'm going to explain one more time real quick, just real fast for you so you can catch it real quick. That 30, what you already said was the acknowledgement, leaning that you need to lean on his power. Knowing that we must lean fully on the Spirit, on the power of God for everything.
Right.
The 60, okay, Melissa, is the acknowledgement of the imperfection of flesh. We don't have the power to do anything.
Right. Okay.
That knowing that we is not on us for nothing.
Right. No control, no
The
nothing.
60 is to know that we have nothing to do with nothing. We are imperfect beings. We are just a shell.
Right.
Being used for his good, for his spirit, supposedly.
Right. I'm trying to get it now.
That we let other spirits.
Right. I'm bringing it this way because that way it will stick to me. I understand what you're saying. I just want to bring it this way to where it sticks with me.
Gotcha.
So if I get into a situation again, I know that, hey, ain't nothing I can do about it.
Well, if you get into a situation like that, you better recognize the
fault,
the inferiority of our mind.
Right. Exactly. Right. And so once I do that, then like you said, I just need to acknowledge the imperfection or whatever it is that happened and leave it to him to, leave it in his control, leave it in his hands.
The trick, Melissa, trick to this, we have to do both of these things while shooting for the 100. So we only trying to shoot for 100, but while we're doing that, we're recognizing the imperfections of the flesh while leaning solely on the Spirit of God. So it all works together.
And hand in hand.
We're not shooting for 60. We're not shooting for 30. We're only shooting at 100 for 100 while recognizing that imperfection in us.
Right.
And knowing that we must solely submit to God.
Okay. I got you.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
And one quick one for Sister Melissa.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your thoughts.
Yes, sir.
As you were sharing with it, your thoughts.
Yes, sir.
What do Christ say? His thoughts is not your thoughts, right?
Neither his ways, my ways.
Okay. I want you to keep that in mind. So,
yes, sir.
What I want you to practice is this. You gonna do it for me?
Yes, sir.
Because I know if you say you're gonna do it, I know you're gonna do it. So I need you to do something for me.
Yes, sir.
I want you tonight, take your brain out of your head, set it, and put it in the trash can.
Yes, sir.
You do it spiritually.
Yes, sir.
And then you sit there and when you go get into bed, you appear you getting in line. The spiritual brain line.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
You're going to get in that spiritual brain line.
Right.
And you might have to get in that line pretty much every day. And you're going to sit there, Lord, hey, I got rid of my brain. You got to fill me with yours.
Sounds cool to me.
Okay. And I promise you, it's going to work out.
Yes, sir.
Because then after that, all that carnal ways of thinking, all that carnal ways, what you talking about,
Mm-hmm.
you threw it away.
Okay.
And once it goes to the junkyard, I already know you ain't going. You ain't gonna go pilfering through some trash trying to find your brain.
Mm-mm.
You do me that favor.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
There you go. Hey, Sister Melissa.
Yes, sir.
If you don't send me them head leads, we're gonna have an issue.
Say it again.
If you don't send me those head leads, we're gonna have an issue.
If I don't send you, what is that?
The head leads, them head shots.
Them headshots?
No, you didn't take those pictures at the Passover?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Carissa did that. That was Carissa.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, tell Carissa.
She didn't send you those?
No,
Okay,
she didn't send them to me.
I'll make sure she sent it to you right now.
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
get up.
Thank
Yes, sir.
you.
I have one more question though. So, like, okay, I have an example. Like, okay, at work, I had a situation, and I acknowledged that I acknowledged that what I noticed what was going on. I understood what was going on, and I acknowledged that I was trying to do it my way, or I was trying to, do it the best way I can. Which is my way anyway. So, but after I came to that realization and I leave that and I let that go, and I just say, Father, your will be done. Am I wrong for doing it like that, or that's what I should
What the elder just tell you to do?
take my head out and put it on the bureau and leave it there?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right then. Thank you. Shalom.
So, Sister Elaine.
Shalom, Deacon. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, sister.
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Okay, good. I want to make sure everybody gave the answer, but I know you said why we have to be at 60-fold. I know we always want to reach for 100, right? But I'm just going to break down everything. So at 60-fold, we're letting the Spirit lead, like that wheel within the wheel. We're letting Him be the wheel within us, guiding us for everything to completion till we die. Is that what it is?
30-fold.
No, the 30-fold? Well, I thought you said the 30-fold. We are recognizing that we need Him. So we recognizing that.
Recognize when you need Him. What you gonna do? You just gonna send them on the shelf?
No. I recognize I need Him. That's the 30-fold.
Right. And then He's gonna lead you right at that point, right?
Right, but then I'm going to let Him.
30-fold.
That's okay. So 60, I'm completely letting Him, trusting in Him. I can do nothing.
60-fold is recognizing the imperfection of the flesh.
Oh, that's okay. That's right. I got it here too. Yes, I recognize the imperfection of the flesh, and then trusting Him for everything.
That's
right?
that's the interaction of the 60 and the 30.
Right. Recognizing the imperfection of the flesh and trusting Him for everything. Of course, we aim for 100-fold.
While utilizing the 60 and the 30, we aim for the 100.
Correct. Right. Okay. Because I have to recognize my imperfections and I have to make sure that I let Him lead and guide me. And then also, as I learn, change and not do those things that He said is not correct.
Mm-hmm.
Got it? Do I have it?
Yeah.
All right. So that's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Shalom.
Shalom.
Elder Field, what's up, bro?
Hey, shalom, Deke. Man, I'm at work, but man, I'm glad you went over it again because I was working. And man, when we getting over here, we better take advantage of this, bro. When we getting every day, looking at the wife and the husband, right? So being that wife, he's the owner. So now if he's the owner, I like how you brought out that 10 factor. Because that's definitely the way you did the mathematics of it is definitely a life changer. and I see it. You know how that when you said the 6 is man, we imperfect, we flawed, we got issues, but then when we align with Jehovah, we couple that in there, he can take us beyond that flesh. So that flesh gets crucified. And then as we move forward in the preparedness, as we study so ourselves approved, I'm just making sure I understand everything. We are moving into that submission of the spirit on this path, on the King's Highway, and we're shooting for 100 till we can get to that stage of completion at that tree of life. Yeah. It's like, man, how you was breaking that thing down, man. Hey, bro, the spirit, you know what I'm saying? What the spirit is doing here among us, we better take advantage of this, man. You can't get this nowhere. So I definitely appreciate you hitting it again, because I was able to lock in the second time because I was at work and I got my notes. And yeah, it's definitely a eye opener to a lot of things, because a lot of times when you would think about reading that 30, 60, 100, they're looking at it as percentage is not right, because we don't know God's measurement stick. So we got to understand it's a process. And so that makes everything so much more clearer. You know, so I appreciate what the Spirit had done as you submitted to it. You and Elder had that conversation. You brought this out today. This is beautiful, bro. So I want to say I appreciate Jehovah for giving us this insight. And we just got to keep moving in this lane, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Hey, Elder, do me a favor.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Because I might throw Dick if I have him do it. Because he could pull up the board. He could pull up the whiteboard. But he might. Can you do it? Can you do it?
You want to take control of that?
Oh, see, I know, man. You need to do it. This is yours. No, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. But I'm gonna tell you do this. I'm gonna have you do this. Let me see if I can do it. Let me see. New whiteboard. Oh, it still allows me to do
It
it.
is. All right. See
the whiteboard. All right.
You do it. You need to do this. I don't know why you don't want to do it. Okay, this is what I want you to do real quick. Okay. You see, can you see it?
Yeah, 30.
Okay. Now, I understand what's going on.
Divine.
Okay, you got that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hopefully, because people say, can you go back to it? No, I'm not gonna go back to it.
Oh, I'm a snapshot this.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. No, we got somebody. Can you go back? I got it. No, I'm not going back to it.
Yeah.
In first. Yeah.
Times 10. You put text.
All right.
Okay, gotcha.
Be perfect.
Please.
Oh shoot!
I didn't see that. It's not showing
yeah,
up.
I'm doing that.
Change my orientation on my phone so I can see it.
All right.
All right. 30. 3 times 10 complete. Oh, it's gone. Elder, what happened?
Yeah. Oh no, I told you I wasn't gonna keep it up there.
Oh, I was about to snapshot it. Before
Yeah.
you
I
took
got
it.
you. I got you. I got
You
you.
got it for me? Yeah,
Yeah.
because I'm at work, so I was about to
Yeah.
snapshot it.
Yeah, because the only reason why you have a lot of people that do different things and you know, it's a lot behind the method behind what I'm doing right now because we have a lot of people who they take information but they do nothing with it. So I know you're not the case of that, and I would have sent it to you also, but Dick already got you covered.
Okay, appreciate it.
You know.
Yeah, that's elder. All the time in this stupid Christian church, man. It's just ridiculous that
Yeah,
having no clue, but this opens up so much. Just
but that's the spiritual analysis, which I can also show you how I even came to that. And then you got scriptures that go with that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that I have no problem showing it to you. It's no issue. Because then either I'm gonna end up with Deacon Hicks gonna end up having to teach it, or somebody got to teach it. Because I know I end up teaching it, they're gonna sit there. First thing they're gonna say they don't know what the hell I'm saying. So it's either for somebody else to teach it.
You unlock it, we'll dig into it.
I'm actually using this as an introduction, and I'm gonna go into the 1500 and the follow.
Yeah. So it's easy. It's easy for somebody else to do it because I prefer them to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's definitely an introduction, man. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this one.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this snapshot, bro.
This is very important. I got you.
I got you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, my brother. Thank you.
All right. Shalom.
Sister Ann.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Okay, so this is what I had written, before all of the teaching and so forth came out. And so this is what I written. So this is, let me read it. It says, the Heavenly Father is moving me towards the 30-fold, understanding the word, the covenant of God, removing the flesh and more. I must become the book, leaning on the word through faith by trusting the voice of God, 60-fold, realizing that I have no power. Entering into his rest is completeness, which is 100-fold. So my example that I thought to myself, I was diagnosed with allergies. So at the beginning of this year, I changed all of my linen to white and even my towels and so forth. So, and the reason I say that's good for me as a visual, because every time I see that towel that's dirty, it's letting me know that I'm a filthy rag and I need Christ to clean me up. And I know by washing it and doing all these wonderful things, it will not work. I need him to remove all the imperfections so I can look like him when I'm walking in the world. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Man, let me tell you something, Sister Ann. I'm so happy that I'm claiming you. You mine.
Well, I tell you guys, I read every day. I go through this Bible because I know I have nothing else in this world, nothing else that I know is going to get me where I need to unless I choose Jehovah. That's it. Or he chooses me more, he chooses me.
Thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate.
Thank you. Shalom.
Sister. Sister Monica.
Hello, Deacon.
Hello, sis.
Okay, so I heard everything the elder said to Brother Mac, and I understood it, and he was so correct. But I'm confused all because of not what he said to him, because of my personal journey that I did based on my job. I seen a way out that I don't have to miss any feast days. I can serve the most I go the way I wanna. I don't have to cut this off, cut that lesson off, or not miss nothing. And then I receive a notice, a email saying that I won't be able to come to the first fruit. And now I'm just so confused, and I don't know. I'm just like I'm confused to the point of I'm trying to free myself up, you know, to be able to do everything I can for the Most High. And then when I receive that email, I'm just so confused based on what Elder said to Brother Matt. I prayed a certain way, different than what he prayed, but I received that email. I'm just so confused all along. Now I'm just really confused. Like I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Okay. You got an email saying that this is something I'm unaware of. So you got an email saying that you won't be able to attend the first fruits. That's correct.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when did you get the email?
Last Sabbath,
Okay.
late last Sabbath.
When did you put in for it?
I've been put in for it. I never, because it was so far off, so I never got a confirmation about it. Didn't
Okay.
think about it, but when Sister Johnson mentioned that, there was only a couple seats available, whatever, I don't know how many that was, 10, 15. So I went ahead and sent an email instantly just to make sure.
Okay.
And
So
then
a lot of people,
later on that
Yes,
night,
thank you. My wife the
okay.
mic for a minute. She need the mic for a minute and then I can have her to unmic because I think she want to speak also. So the thing is what's happening, and what happened is this, and me and her actually spoke about it. And one of the biggest issues is where we have to put up extra money many times for the events. A lot of it I still don't say. A lot of it I still won't say anything, even to some of the elders who are always willing to help on certain things, and which they did help on this one on some certain things. But there's other things I still chose not to put on them. However, with all that being said, when we ask for certain things for people to do, to make sure that, rooms is covered this and that, and then we get a certain size. So we get the size number where we can pretty much fill the room on what needs to be done. But to pay for the room, we don't get. And then what ended up happening is I flip that out and I pay for it. And I just came to the analogy, it's just coming to a waste, because the main thing is, for some reason, people like to count other people's money. That's a big thing that's here. So it's easy for me to have smaller events to where if it comes down to that, it's not going to be this big hit on my pocket.
And I understand that, Elder, and you're right for doing it.
No, wait a minute.
And you're right.
That's one of the things. Now, the main thing is, I was still going to move it up a little bit. But then, me and my wife, we had kind of, it ain't really hard, but we did have words with each other about it. And I didn't win the conversation on that because she still held to what she was saying. And I couldn't really defeat what she was saying. So if I can't defeat it, I already know I lost the argument. Because she was still sitting there, you still got to pay. And then she threw us some other things, which I already knew I could not defeat what she was saying. But I'm going to let her speak for herself. And she can come up because she had all that noise in the background. Sister Valerie?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's still some noise in the background, but I just wanted to make mention that Sister Monica did not receive an email saying that she could not attend. The email that she received said she was on the wait list.
Okay. Yeah, when you finish, I know I know she's out doing something. So we are. I'm gonna need you to mic when you finish, because we can hear all that talking in the background. But the main thing is, so she just corrected that you're on a wait list. So she's saying. So the same thing is, well, we did keep the number. So I didn't move the number up because I was gonna move it up. based on how many people sitting on the wait list. But, she argued the point because she said, well, you're still going to have to flip it out, which probably I would have. But this way, if I have to flip it out, it won't be as detrimental as normally as it has been. So that's the reason, and that's the method behind the madness on what's going on. And we have to understand the fact where when we ask people to do certain things, people for some strange reason, people truly believe. We even on this last one, and I know everybody's seen it. I have recorded so I can pull it. We showed people what it was going to cost at this event. They literally seen the actual charge that we were going to get hit with. I showed it to everybody because we were just being upfront. And for some reason, people sit there like, hey, they can do it. And they'll come in and it's not the people who put up money. It's mainly the people who don't put up money. They come in like, you supposed to do this for them. They literally had that attitude. And that's why, with this one here, it's smaller people, but then we can keep moving forward. And then hopefully, the same thing is, I even I believe Sister Valerie, can you unmic? Because I believe I did speak to you. Now, same thing. These was open conversations, so that's why I'm letting. Did not I say if we can ask people who all is putting up, but then change, because I forgot how I said it. I said if we ask people, we move it up to the other number, and then people put up. But if we don't hit the number, can we move it back down? I know I asked you some kind of way that way.
Right. We can always, of course, lower the number, but we're still going to have to pay the additional price because we've already reserved. We haven't reserved anything now, but once we sign that contract for 150 people, then we have to pay that price.
Yeah. So normally we had it up to like 200, 300.
Right.
So again, what I'm saying is this, and this is so everybody hearing the same thing. What we're talking about. So what I believe, what I told you, I said, well, what if we put it at, I think 200 or 250? I said something to that effect. I said, but now if we leave it at that, now we have people to put up for it. But then if we don't reach the number, I'm talking about we'll reach the number as far as participants. But if we don't reach the amount that we need, could we lower it back down? I believe I did. I remember that pretty good. I believe that's what I did tell you.
I'm sorry, Elder, say that again.
Yeah, I said if we put it up at about 250, and then whatever the charge is, but then we don't hit the number, I said, would they go back down to the original price?
No, because we will have to sign the contract for 250. And that's the room they're going to reserve for 250 people. Because they could have got that room. They could have. Yes, please.
Okay, 31.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So Edda, the reason why I was a little confused is because I'm used to we always know when things have been cut off. But the reason why I was confused, and I think I sent that back in the email, all because of when we was talking about, you never know who you're talking to when you're going back to with the baptism email. You don't know who you're talking to. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I'm confused because when Sister Johnson put out the number that Sabbath, while she was talking, I sent to make sure.
But I'm gonna tell you, there's so many people on that list. It's unreal. Mm-hmm. Ton of people on there. But I'm gonna tell you our biggest problem, and really we can even talk about this because I gotta let Deke finish out what he's doing.
Okay.
But I'm gonna share this again with you. Our biggest issue. This is our biggest issue. Even I tell people even how to do it. When we ask for the 75, that's what we was asking for. People could have put aside $5 a week, $10 a week, $15 a week, and literally could have paid it. But they choose,
you're right.
But mm-hmm. they choose not to, and that's a simple way of doing it.
Yeah.
And they still choose not to. And then when this comes up, now all of a sudden we get hit where I thought I can do that, I thought I can. But the thing is, my thing is, I'm not willing, and I'm being upfront with you. I'm not willing to pay again all this extra money where people just choosing to, okay, hey, he can pay for this. See, it doesn't matter what I can pay for.
Right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And I thought maybe you had said, Elder, I might be misunderstood. But I thought when you said the first one would get in would be the ones that did pay the 75, for
Yeah, I
for what
believe
we
I did. I believe I did say
for
that too. I believe I did say that.
so
So
that's why I
I'm
was
not
so confused.
okay. So what I would do, what I'm going to do myself, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna make sure all the people who put up money, I'm gonna make sure they are the priority. So don't that part I don't worry about because I something like that I know will come out of my mouth on what you said. So I don't quite remember saying it, but I know that's something I will say. You follow
You
me?
probably, excuse me, Elder, you probably did say that, but then
Mhm.
we realized that no, you really can't say that because there are some people who cannot afford or maybe not afford it, but are on fixed incomes, and the
Understood.
$75 would probably prevent a hardship. So that's why we
Okay.
dismissed that.
Okay. So again, well, no. So again, the same thing is you have some people on that, and I will personally check with them. If that's the case, that's one thing. But still, the priority is people who put up. The reason why is you have some people, which we have a lot of people who did the same thing, which I'm very open about it. We had a lot of people who said they was on fixed incomes. That was rampant even when we was having to sell the book. The book, it was $250. We paying $250. Everybody else paying $250. So what did I do? I bought so many for me. You swingled me out of so many because you didn't have to pay for yours, but that beside the point. So you swingled me out of a bunch of them, but that's okay. But anyway, what ended up happening? Everybody who was on fixed income, some of them bought 5, 10, and 15 books, but they was on a fixed income all before. So I don't know how it went from fixed income and then bought that many books. And then they went back to fixed income and they only can make so much. That's where the issue is.
Elder, you wiser than you think.
Huh?
You are wiser than you think.
Oh, well, I'm just Flavor Flav. I'm just trying to but we had that issue. And so I'm sitting there like, man, this don't make any sense. So my thing would still be, me and her have a conversation offline, and then me and her we'll go back. I don't mind going back and had an argument with that. I don't mind that to where that's how I see that. So that's so we'll see how that goes, and then I'm willing to even call the people who she's saying that might not be able to. We had that conversation with them because they're still the same thing. We have people who still is tight, but they still make sure they fulfilling what the word of God doing what He's requiring. So I get
Yeah.
that. So
Thank you, Anthony.
so yeah, so I had that argument with her, and we'll see how that goes afterwards. All right. Okay, D. Sorry about that.
No, you good. You good. Thank you, Elder. Sister Jack. Sister Jacqueline. Once, twice. Okay. Sister Danielle.
Deacon Hicks.
Yes.
So I know you've explained many times, but just be patient with me, please. I'm trying to so I think I get the 60 and the 100, and I see the equation for the 30. But like when it comes to numbers, I need to understand the why. Like I hear what is said about the 30. So okay, this is what I understand, right? From the 60 and the 100. So with the 60, I'm acknowledging my imperfections and my opposition. I am allowing the Spirit to lead, making way for the unknown, giving in to the uncertainty of God's divine guidance, allowing Him to take control. By giving in and submitting to Him fully, I am now at rest,
No,
which
no, no,
is
no, 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 no.
okay.
Everything you said until you said that, you see, you allowing him. You haven't given him control.
Oh, okay.
You
Okay, so
allowing him. You still got the keys.
okay. So it's by giving in and submitting to him
Present your body a living sacrifice, wholly acceptable unto God. That's your reasonable service. You have no control, but you allowing him.
Mm-hmm.
That's your
Okay.
issue.
Okay. So the 100 is where I give up the keys and I have no control. I'm
No,
submitting.
no, no. You should have gave up your keys in 30.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that's the 30 where I don't understand. So the 30 is realizing that I can't do it.
Realizing he has all the power. Relinquish everything to him.
Okay, so that's how the
Total submission. Total submission.
so but then that's where I'm confused because then if the 30 is the 3 times the complete divine times 10, then that's showing me a complete submission. But somehow I had the idea that the complete submission is at like that decision is at 60.
No.
I don't know where I got that.
60 is real. 60 is acknowledging the imperfection.
Imperfection. Okay. So 30 is realizing his power and giving up the keys. So that's why it's the complete divine times 10. Because now you're realizing, okay, it's only in him. Okay. And then at 60, you're realizing your imperfections and your opposition. Okay. Now, can you guide me to the idea of the 100 so I don't?
We're all shooting for that balance of abundance, that tree of life,
Mm-hmm.
perfect weights and measures.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hundredfold.
Okay,
We
so
always striving for perfection. We're always striving for completion.
okay. Okay, so that's the
That's the hundredfold.
perfection without any opposition.
The hundredfold is the complete balance.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, I think I
Now you're moving it. Now you're manifesting. So let me show you something. Let me show you something. My brother hit me with something I 100% agree with. Hold on, let me see. What you hit me with? All right, we're going to John chapter 14.
okay.
Verse 20 and 21. Spirit speaking. Can you read that, please?
Yes, verses 20 and 21.
Hmm?
At that day you shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. He that hath my commandments and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me. And he that loveth me shall be loved of my Father, and I will love him, and will manifest myself to him.
Hundredfold.
Okay, okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Shalom, shalom. Let me see. Sister Tanisha.
Hey, Shalom Deacon, how you
Hey,
doing?
no, good, thank you.
All right. So all praises to Jehovah for this lesson. This truly pricked my heart. I've been doing a study on how inadequate I feel on my walk. I actually rate myself below a 30 because I don't feel I'm doing enough. So the imperfections that I have, it led me to some of the scriptures you talked about today. So when I get into a situation, my wisdom in the flesh is nothing. That's how I look at it. And I don't know. And if I don't know how to move, I believe I stand still, right? And I believe I am giving the situation to Jehovah. But I guess my question is, how do I know if I'm truly giving up the keys? Like, how do I know that I'm totally in submission, and allowing Jehovah to just guide?
How do you
Hey.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you go to Susanna? Let's show you something. Yeah. I want to show her something. And let's see. I want this we're gonna go down to I want you to start at verse 40. Verse 40. Hello.
Okay. Okay, 40. But having taken this woman, we asked who the young man was, but she would not tell us. These things do we testify. Then the assembly believed them as those that were the elders and judges of the people. So they condemned her to death. Then Susanna cried out with a loud voice and said, O everlasting God, that knowest the secrets and knowest all things before they be.
Oh, right there.
Okay.
Did she try to defend that?
No.
Why?
Well, because her faith and her belief was in God that he knows all things and he would deliver.
Now watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have defended that? And they said that you did that?
Elder, I want to say.
No, would you sit there and say that's a lie? I never did that. I was in there bathing. I didn't have nothing to do with no man. Would you say that?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. Guess what? 100% of the women in here gonna say the same thing. They'll say they won't, but they'll say. So as soon as you said that, you took the keys back.
Exactly. And that's what I don't want to do.
You see what she did.
Okay. Okay.
If,
Got
if
you.
he hear one of his cry out, he tells you, I'm a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Now watch what he put on him. Read on.
And the creator heard her voice.
You see it right
43.
there. You see right there.
Yeah.
He hear it. We can go on past that. We can go on past that. Just read verse 45. Deep be ahead of me a lot of times. You know, they young. These youngsters, they be running ahead of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Therefore, for that reason, when she was led to be put to death, the creator raised up the Holy Spirit of a young youth whose way was Daniel.
Boom.
Mm.
And guess what he did? He got him checked.
Yes, he did. Okay.
Why? Because he heard him.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Who cried with a loud voice, I am clear from the blood of this woman. Then all the people turned them toward him and said, What mean these words that thou hast spoken? So he, standing in the midst of them, said, Are ye such fools, ye
You're
sons of
a
Israel?
fool. Wait a minute. And they say don't call people fools. What do
I
you
know,
call them?
right?
You ain't say fool all day.
Mm-hmm.
Fool.
Scripture says it.
Scripture said. Go ahead. Just letting you know. Go ahead.
Sons of Israel, that without examination or knowledge of the truth, ye have condemned a daughter of Israel. Mm.
Boom. He said you condemned the daughter of Israel, not a daughter of Jacob, not a daughter of the tribe.
Right.
You did a daughter of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
You trying to condemn one of Jehovah's servants who only does what the master tells her to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue. So how do you know? And that's the answer. When you sit there, you can be in the worst position as possible. She was condemned unto death.
Okay.
Most people would sit there and say, "No, I won't defend myself." I ain't gonna, yeah, you are. You're gonna sit right there. I didn't do it. Hey, you need to see. You need to check this. You need to. No, you proving the
Yeah,
point.
you're right. You're right,
Yeah,
Elder.
that's what they're gonna do. I'm telling you, that's what I said. I ain't asked how many of y'all do that. If I say how many women will sit there and won't defend it, you'll see them all put up their hand right now. That's why I asked the question. The thing is recognizing what is true.
Okay.
You don't try to defend it. You know it ain't true. You don't sit there and say, "Oh, when they tell me, let a lie chase itself." No, guess what? If she just sitting there saying, "Well, let it," I forgot what they say. The lie chases some weird, stupid Christian.
I don't know that one.
Oh yeah, they say let a lie chase itself and it'll chase some. It's a stupid analogy they use. But the thing is, that's what Christian use. They use something like that. The main thing is, if she would have just stood there and say, let this lie just stay the way it is, she'll be a dead person. But what she did, she just cried to the Most High.
Yeah.
Him know what was going on. And he took care of it from right there.
Let me tell you something, sis. Guess what hurts? Guess what hurts? When we gotta relinquish that pride, that hurts.
Yeah, it does.
That hurts. It's a gut punch.
Yeah,
But
because I didn't see it as pride, but it is.
that's a part of that cross, suffering. That flesh gonna suffer. That little pride thing hurts. That little gut punch hurts, but we gotta let it go, and we just gotta, Lord. That's
Yeah. So that's just for everybody. It's not where, oh, I got to prove this. No, everything is not for that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that was in a dire situation.
Yes, it was.
She cried to him.
Okay, I have a follow-up question because I just want to get the thought corrected. So let's say you are in a situation, but it's in your, I guess it's in your ability. Like for example, let me see. Like you can maybe give words of advice or something to someone that came to you, right? And it's like, how do I not say something if you see something? So I guess what I'm asking is when do I move? When don't I move? Because
If you're given to give words of advice, you just give the words of advice.
okay.
That's how that works.
Yeah, and just leave it there.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Good, sis. Thank you. Shalom to you. Sister Shantae.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom, Deacon. Shalom, Elder. Shalom, everybody. So everybody pretty much asked just about all the questions that I had. I was not clear after the teaching, which is why I didn't raise my hand to explain it back to you, but now I have a firmer understanding. I do have a question. It may be off topic. And that's fine. I'll have to go back through maybe some teachings, but the analogy that Deacon Khalil used with the car, right, and handing over the keys, and then Elder, and you had said that the vessel, like we don't get a living spirit until that's shared with us right after baptism. So prior to that, we still had one soul to save, right? You hear what I'm saying? Like, so I'm confused as to the state of which we were prior to baptism. Because, like, that's when we got a living soul. But prior to that, we were dead. coming to the knowledge of the truth, or coming into the knowledge of the truth, right? Which means we were woken up. I'm confused about us still having one soul to save. You get what I'm saying?
It's
Like,
depending on what you're going to attach to. Is what you're trying to say. It's to depend on what you're attaching to. So when you're looking at that, the Holy Ghost is a separated body.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
So now, if you're going to attach to it, that's what you're attached to. Now you're married to that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say a lot of people, and we got to keep going through this. A lot of people saying in baptism, they did it as a bucket list. They say they didn't, but they did.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning they didn't marry Christ. They did it as a bucket list. Something that they felt that they should do. And still didn't accept Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So once you don't accept Christ, you only got one soul to save. And it need to be attached to Christ because it says his word going to go forth out of his mouth and it's not going to return back unto him void, but it's going to accomplish that which is pleased and prosper into the thing which is sent it. Tells you that. So if he sent it to you, some people, it stops right there at the door because they never accepted it. So since they didn't accept it, it's not like they go home and then it comes back again. No, don't do that. It was not accepted.
Oh, okay.
You see the issue?
I do see that issue, yes.
Okay. So this is that. That's why some people gonna play the game. And that's why I sit there. That's why I even say stuff a certain way. Because some people are going to play the game. Oh yeah, I'm doing it. You can tell me whatever. I already know if you're lying or not. So my thing is not to sit there and say, hey, you're going to tell me, you're not telling me. It's not for me to even say that. That's what you believe that. You go on and do, you live what you live. Because the biggest thing is to make sure that you're fulfilling Christ's life. You follow me?
Yes.
Because you got to give up one to achieve the other. You cannot join yourself to God and Mammon. Let me let him run what he's going to run and we can finish up. Go ahead, D.
Real quick, Shantae, what does it say right here? This what I got highlighted. 26, 1 and 26.
26. And it says, including God said, and God said, let us make man or male or female out in our image.
All right. So when you go and look in the mirror, what are you looking at?
Flesh.
Is that the image he made us in?
No.
All right. So don't get it twisted. He made us in his image, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that breath is what we need. So we were incomplete and we didn't know it. So he had put us in flesh so we could see our incompletion.
Which leads us to even being able to do the 30, which is that acknowledgement, right? Like without that, you can't acknowledge because you can't see. And it goes back to in Matthew's when JEHOVAH was talking to the Pharisees, and he was basically like, I mean, you don't need a physician. You saying that you're not sinning, right? So I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
exactly the point.
Okay.
Yeah, because many people are going to sit there and say they're not sinning. Many people are going to sit there and say they know the truth.
Okay.
Many people are going to sit there and say that they never sinned a day in their life. I had people tell me that right out of their own mouth. So the same thing is with the 100 sheep. One got lost. He left the 99 to go after the one which was lost. But then if you go into Christian church, the 99 was good. I'm telling you, you can dig laugh because it's funny. It is funny. But people, I'm telling you, they teach those 99 are good. You can't tell me because I done heard it in every church I've been in.
But they'll say the 99, it was all right. They was all right.
Yeah.
We had to go get that lost.
I
The
do.
99 is good.
Yeah, I done heard that in, I'm not talking about some of the churches, in every church I've been in. When they taught on that, all those 99 was good. It was self-righteous. Okay, so now you got to remember where the sheep are. They're in the wilderness. Lions and tigers and a bear walk up and sit there like, boy, now he might sit down and put his hands up to God and say, Lord, thank you, Lord, thank you, Lord. He might do that. Oh boy, the Lord done bless me. You said, man, I didn't know bears could.
Like, oh, what did I walk up on here?
Yeah, what did I walk up on? Sitting there, because I'm gonna tell you one thing. Have you ever seen how fast a sheep can run?
Yeah.
They can't run. They can't. You can probably outrun him.
Yeah, they pretty slow.
Okay. You don't think that bear walk up and then all of a sudden he'll start talking English? He'll fall up on his knees and he can pray, Lord, thank you for this food. Lord, I'm only want two. Lord, two of them. I only want two. You done got me 99. He can call his friends.
Oh man. Hey. Hey.
Because Jehoshua only went after the one. He left the 99.
Yeah.
I got this, right? Y'all got this.
Yeah, y'all got this.
That's what you said, right? Y'all got this. You said you got this. You good, right? All right.
Mm-hmm. So if they sitting there saying they're good, he's not going to hang around. Saying you good. That's the point. That's the whole point of everything. You need Christ. But a lot of people gonna sit there and say, I'm good.
Right.
And they're gonna refuse him. Yeah. It's without being said. They will refuse him. And you giving up one for the other. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
And then Sister Tanisha asked the other question I had was like, how do you know? So I'm gonna meditate on that, Savannah, because you're so right, and I definitely see the error in my ways because I'm dealing with some stuff recently that I definitely didn't hand over those keys because that perfect question. Would you have defended yourself? And absolutely. And then you're right. That just shows how we're supposed to be functioning, just period. So
yeah.
Oh man, I didn't even look at it that way.
No, but you got to remember, Mia was there with her. Jehoshua was over there praying by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he could have easily took the keys back.
Mm-hmm.
He could have sat there and say, okay, let me go on out another way. And he could have left that town.
Mm-hmm.
He chose not to.
Mm.
You follow me?
Yeah, I follow you. Yeah, I do.
It's a trip when people really see is really going down and how things is going, and they don't know how how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's so layered, it's so layered, and it's to see it totally spiritually, like, oh man, it's just so much work to be done. So much work.
So I'm gonna show you something.
Yeah.
To show you when you stand on your own. Can you go to John 8:18? To show you how friends and other people are. 18, I want you to start at verse 1. But I want to show you something where he gonna even tell him he's the guy. Watch how it trips him out. Start at verse 1.
Okay. It says, when Yahushua had spoke these words, he went forth with his disciples over the brook Syndrome, where he was a garden into which he entered, and his disciples.
Go ahead.
And Judas also, which betrayed him, knew the place. For Yahushua oftentimes restored.
He resorted. Yeah, he resorted
thither with his disciples.
Go ahead.
Judas then, having received a band of men and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees.
Go ahead.
Stop going small. There we go. Pharisees. Cometh thither with lanterns and torches and weapons.
Now here go the party. Watch what happens.
Yahushua, therefore, knowing all things that should come upon him, went forth and said unto them, Who seeketh ye? Who seek ye?
Watch what he tell them. Wait a minute. Now watch. He could have said anything else. Watch what happens.
They answered him, Yahushua of Nazareth. Yahushua saith.
Wait a minute. Did he? Now watch this. Watch what he tells them.
Yahushua said unto them, I am he.
Wait, now did he make that clear that the one y'all looking for, that's me? Watch what happened. Read on.
And Judas also, which betrayed him, stood with them. As soon then as he had said unto him, I am he, they went backwards. And fell on the ground.
Oh, hell. What in the hell we done got ourselves into? He ain't done yet. Watch what happens. Because you see, it say they fell backwards and fell to the ground.
Yes, to the
ground. Then ask him again, whom seeketh ye? They said, now he's asking them, who in the hell y'all looking for? Stop falling on the ground, y'all little scary punks. And what did he say? They said, we looking for Yahushua of Nazareth. He answered, I have told your dumb butts, I am he. You see me saying it right there. Do you want me? Dude, I'll go with you, bro. Y'all don't control this. I already know who's under the control. Keep that in mind. You see, he didn't sit there and said that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You didn't see him do that, do you?
No.
Straight up.
He's asking them, who y'all looking for? We looking for Jesus Nazareth. Okay, dude, I'm here. Oh, dang, I didn't know you was that big. We looking for Jesus Nazareth. Dude, I just told you, dude, I'm him.
That's if that ain't a depiction of being 10 toes down, I don't know what is.
He's blunt. He's letting you know, dude, and I'm coming with you freely. First, y'all gotta put on big man draw, because it seems like y'all scared. What are they gonna fall backwards for?
Right.
They know they ran up on some big old green mile dude, and they sitting there saying, "Oh Lord, we got to deal with this guy."
Oh, that's like them running up on a tree then.
Huh?
That's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
running up on
yeah,
a
like
tree.
they running up on a tree. They
Oh,
sitting there saying, "Oh Lord, what in the hell we gonna do?" Mm. And he's sitting there willing. He gonna go with them willingly.
oh man.
That's the catch.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Deacon Ed.
All right, Sister Shalom.
Shalom.
Brother, Sister Yvette Wooten.
Shalom, D. Shalom, everybody. Yeah, in the beginning, I didn't put my hand up because I had no idea where you were going with that. I didn't know. So I guess I'm understanding now. I mean, since you've already given the answer, that so the 30-fold is the need to lean on the Spirit of God. And the 60 is knowing that we can do nothing without Him. So this well, I know I can't. I know we can't. So I understand that part. But the part I don't totally grasp is you said the 100 is weights and measures.
Perfect weights and measures.
Perfect weights and measures.
Balance.
Okay.
Balance.
Can you kind of?
I showed you what it looked like. Hold up. I showed you exactly what it looked like in John. Chapter 14, right? I showed you right here. If we if we acknowledge the fact we need to lean 100% on the Most High, on His Spirit, right?
Right.
Acknowledging our imperfection. First, we got to do something first. Hold up. Let me see. We got to do this. Okay? We got to do this to get to that 100. Read that, please.
I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of JEHOVAH, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, separated, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service.
All right, hold up. Read that.
Study to show thyself approved, a workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word truth.
All right, so once we start getting this understanding, we start realizing that, all right, wait, it's the Spirit that's doing all this here. That's what we got to lean on. Second of all, we're understanding that it's not us that can do anything. It's because we're not perfect things. We're not perfect beings. That's why we need the Spirit to guide us back to the Word. However, to achieve, if we end up achieving that, we could walk a certain way. We could walk a certain way. That's why I went to John. You'll be able to see it. John 14, 20, and 21. You read that?
At that day ye shall know that I am in the Father, and ye in me.
Right there, boom. At that day you shall know that I am in my Father, and ye in me, and I in you. He that has my commandments and keeps them, he is it that promised me. He's that promised me shall be loved of my Father, and I will love him, and I will manifest myself to him. So you're going to get that perfect balance. You're going to be able to walk in the Spirit, right?
Right.
You're gonna attain that So when I went to perfect balance and measures, perfect weights and measures, I got it from this right here, Revelations 2:7. He that has an understanding, let him obey what the Spirit says unto the gatherings. To him that overcomes, I will give to learn of the tree of life. That's that perfect balance, that perfect weight and measure, which is in the midst of paradise of God. So this is what we're striving for. We're striving for that equilibrium. We're striving for, what are we here for? What are you here for?
To learn everything that I need to know.
For what?
To make it to the kingdom.
And that kingdom is that balance, that tree of life.
Amen.
That's the hundredfold. That's why I said when you reach that part, when you get to there, we don't know. That's not for us to say. But we're moving, we're trying to use Christ as the example that he's the way, the truth, and the life. We have to follow that path, looking neither to the left nor the right. We have to follow that one path. Like we got blinders on.
Right.
We walk in one straight and narrow path towards the hundredfold. But while we're doing that, we're recognizing the imperfection of this flesh. We know that we can't do it.
Right.
So that 30-fold, knowing that we need that spirit to lead us there, 100%. But we present our bodies as a living sacrifice for him to dwell in and take us there. But when we're in this flesh, in this shell of a person that we are, we're walking in this wilderness, they'll be able to see it in us because we're moving in perfect balance.
Got it.
But we can't deviate from that path. Once you deviate from that path, here comes the accusers.
Yeah. And there's so many distractions. So many distractions. But I gotta keep moving.
It's just that simple. Right, Deep?
Okay.
All right.
My bad, I'm getting a burger. Yes, sir. It's just that simple.
Got a burger. All right, man. It's, Sister Tiffany.
Shalom, Deacon Hicks.
Hello, sister.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, so kindly allow me to explain how I perceive the folds by way of an example. Spiritual blindness, it really hinders your sight, but acceptance of the truth, it corrects it along this path and in my own personal journey. I have ascribed to evaluate and be guided by the integral roles that contentment, patience, substance, and purpose play in this solemn walk of faith. For I've noticed that it's not enough just to know the word, but to enact it. And it is not enough to just believe, but to apply it. Because even so, faith, if it had not works, is dead, being alone. And prior to my integration into the knowledge of truth, I had a plan, and it was faceted towards taking this world by storm with designer franchises and the like. I was determined that success would be my middle name. But in retrospect, the storm found me and shattered every aspiration that my flesh had envisioned. Its raging winds were loud, tumultuous, and intentional. I was stopped in my tracks and admonished to take heed to the force in whom I belong, and was brought forth to confess. For I am not my own, and it was required of me that my house his temple be set in order for his glory. This storm, it taught me how to be abased and how to abound. For though there were many devices, inventions in my heart, in my desire, the counsel, the purpose of the Spirit of God stood firm to inform me of who is in control. In contentment, my understanding expanded to observe only him. In hindsight, I am discovering that the trying of my faith worketh patience, and that I am to get out of my own way so that patience may have her perfect work within me, that I may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. In obedience, he shall reward me with the fullness of his substance. And in the element of preparation, I am being pruned for his purpose. And I'm personalizing who had delivered me and called me with a holy calling, not according to my works, but however according to his own purpose and grace. In dissecting and contrasting the variables of worldly desire versus spiritual desire, I have been humbled to recognize my total dependency on JEHOVAH and my incapacity to do or achieve anything without his stamp of approval. Trusting the process is key, especially since I don't have the answers, nor am I aware of the gradient that he uses to measure my steps. And not only so, I'm also learning to glory in tribulation also, knowing that the tribulation worketh patience, and patience experience, and experience hope, desired expectation. The desire of the Spirit of God is the beginning of wisdom, and godliness with contentment is great gain.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. Shalom to you. Hey, Deacon, what's up, Deacon Edwin?
Shalom, shalom, D.
Oh, my brother. Shalom to you.
Yeah, my phone died. I had to get on my wife's phone.
Good. What you at the pool?
Man, I'm out here at a farm. My wife working as a vendor out here at a farm. It's 100 degrees out here. I'm sweating. Yeah, but you know, doing the best I can to help her out.
Yeah, what it is, my brother.
Treat her like JEHOVAH treat us. Yeah, man. I went down in that pool, filthy, dirty, man. I came out, and I just feel like now I'm operating at zero. You know what I mean? And it's allowing that spirit to guide me, and I do nothing on my own. You know, I offer my body as a living sacrifice. You know, and hopefully that he accepts it, and just uses me to do his thing. Cause I'm out here, like I said, I'm at this farm. I'm looking at this lettuce. I'm looking at cabbage. I'm looking at broccoli, kale. I'm looking at a beehive, and they all doing what they supposed to do. They doing what they were created to do, and that's all I want to do. Is I just want to do what I was created to do. And I just want to say I thank JEHOVAH for using your vessel today to bring forth this lesson. It was truly edifying. It was something I didn't understand. As brothers know, when Elder did that lesson, John 3:16, the life for life lesson, I was the one person who said I was operating at 100% because I didn't understand. What I meant to answer was that I'm in my faith and my hopes in JEHOVAH and his word that I know is not, it can't change, it can't lie. In my faith, I'm hoping at 100%. But I got clarity now. I truly understand what you was teaching today, and I'm thankful for JEHOVAH using your vessel. And shalom.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you for your input, man. Shalom to you. Shalom, shalom, D. Sister Donna.
Hello, Deacon Hicks. This is not a good morning for me. I was out this morning, had a lot of distractions. I just didn't get the lesson this morning. Then my phone went dead while I was out, came home, got on the computer, and internet went out. So is this going to be, can we review this lesson? Like, can it be up so I can go over it later?
Everything I usually have all my transcripts in SharePoint for everybody's understanding. If y'all got
The whole transcript, the entire?
Everything I say is in SharePoint.
Okay.
However, I don't know, you might want to get with Elder for all the advice and everything, because that part really pretty much clarified a lot of things for people. So
yeah, I was hoping I could see the video so I could hear you saying it and everything. Everybody sharing, because I missed out on a lot of the sharing and everything. So okay.
Yeah, I post it up. I can post it up. Yeah.
Thank you so much, because I missed a lot of everything. Okay, thank you. Shalom.
Shalom. Thank you, Elder. All right, y'all. We come to Mother Moody. We come to the point, y'all. But before you unmic Mother Moody, I gotta ask Brother Chevy real quick. Brother Chevy. I'm sorry, Mother Moody. Can you give me 1 second? I just want to clarify something. Thank you, Mother. Thank you. Brother Chevy, I just want to know if
Just one. The 20 cases.
given the conversation today, did you catch
the case?
Did you catch what happened? I can't hear you, sir.
Oh, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay, and
given the conversation, because when I first called, you were like the first one, put your hand up, and I told you to hold on for a while, just to hear everything out. And I just want to know if you got any clarity today.
I got clarity on what you gave me earlier and the diagram that was put up, and I'll just work it from there. Oh, what I'm looking for, anyway, from you, let me get your number.
Got you. 845 281 1475.
Okay, thank you. I'll get in touch with you after. When are you free?
That's a cell phone, man. You can hit me anytime, my brother.
Well, I don't want to input.
I already said what I said.
Okay.
All right. Shalom, bro.
Shalom, bro.
Mother Moody.
I'm just talking and I realized that I was so sorry. I am so sorry. Let's try this again. Shalom, Beak, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Shalom, everyone. And let me apologize to everyone. Was up rather late last night doing some notes and some homework. Got to your class. Embarrassing. I fell asleep. I'm so sorry.
Good. Don't worry about it.
However, when you got through and we heard the question, I didn't raise my hand because I didn't hear the question. After the question was explained, I realized that the only thing I could say is my perception of this is total surrender without condition will equal 100% trust in Christ completely. We will always need Christ because we will never be 100% on our own. That's it.
Sometimes all you need is that. Thank you so much, mother.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so check it out, y'all. Got a couple announcement for today's full plate we got going on. We got smorgasbord today. We got at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. I was gonna say Pacific, but Pacifics. We got Brother Big Tree, right? He gonna be on the Shawnee channel, right? We got at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. We got Brother Francis. You're gonna be on the Nassau channel, right? Hey, check this out, y'all. We got a little man, a 9-year-old, bringing something out today. Little brother Nariah, he gonna be bringing something out today on the King James Bible University channel at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Check that one out. Then we got Big Country, my man's in there, Deacon Sanson. He gonna be coming at us at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on the Burkesville, Texas channel. So with that being said, I thank you all, man. I really thank you all and for joining me and hearing this lesson today. This is very, 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 very important to understand. Again, I say when me and Elder was talking about this was a very profound realization and revelation to me. Understanding it all stems from the 30-fold aspect. Everything. Because he is everything. He is all, in all, and all. His power prevaileth over all things. We are nothing. Nothing. And until we realize that, we ain't operating at nothing. Don't call yourself being, I'm at 30 nothing. If you don't realize, if you thinking that you got that job, you're operating at nothing. You thinking you're paying your rent, you're operating at nothing. Because it is he that gives the increase. He gives you the skill. He gives you the wisdom to do these things. He gives it. Not you. You ain't do nothing. You look in that mirror, you seeing filth. And if you think that got you whatever it is, again, you ain't operating at that the level that we need you to be operating at. So with that being said, I like to.
Yeah, real quick, Dick.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to make sure people truly, because I don't want to have to where we double back where they say they didn't fully understand it.
Mm-hmm.
See, because this is where did everybody after he finished? Did everybody understand his lesson? And if you didn't, put your hand up. If you didn't understand it, put your hand up. Now, this is I'm asking people who don't understand it still right now. I'm not saying people who understand it right now. I'm asking people who still don't understand it. So right now, we still got people who's not fully understanding it. Sister Larry, what part you not understanding? I'm going to try to go through this real quick.
Okay, I'm going to be real quick, Elder. If I can get a better understanding on how to meditate on this lesson, because I really want to go back through and really think about it. And I just need, that's where I need some help.
Okay. So to meditate. And Sister Donna?
I just said I missed the lesson, Elder Johnson.
No, if you missed the lesson, then your hand shouldn't
Yeah,
have been.
right. Now I
Yeah,
don't,
your hand shouldn't have been up. Yeah, your
okay,
hand shouldn't have
okay.
been. Yeah, because yeah. Okay.
Okay, for
If
me,
you simply hold on,
Okay.
if
Why?
you
Why
simply
people?
missed the
Why people?
lesson,
Yeah. Okay, I'm going down the line. I don't need people on micing because I'm going down the line. Sister Marilyn.
Shalom, Elder.
Mm.
Yeah, I was here for a majority of the lesson. I'm just trying, my issue is I'm still trying to find, and I know this is wrong, trying to find like even with our own personal conversations to apply the application into my life, I guess. That's kind of where I'm
Yeah,
at. But I
yeah,
think
you're
that's
struggling.
probably more like the meditation part that I need to work on
Yeah,
that you've
yeah,
been telling me over and over again about.
yeah. So your struggle is letting go of those keys.
Mhm.
That's where your struggle is. So yeah, okay. And sister Dorada.
Shalom, Elder. Mine's I I have to go back over it. I feel like
Okay.
the
Okay,
teacher.
if y'all got to go back over it, then y'all shouldn't have y'all hand up. If you guys just saying yes, got to go back over it.
Yeah, it was the 60, pretty much all of it.
Okay,
So yeah.
okay. And Sister Evelyn.
Hello, Melda.
So.
So, um, first of all, let me ask you this because sometimes I don't know how to answer you. When you say who didn't understand, if you're still in the process of meditating and you caught kind of some of it, but not all of it, because I still need to meditate, should the
Yeah.
answer be completely no?
Yeah,
Or
if you understand some of it, but you need clarification on other parts that you might need to meditate on to get a full understanding,
Mhm.
you could. But if you didn't understand it on what he pushed forth, you still didn't understand it based on how people was given answers. You didn't understand those, then yeah, your hand should be up.
Okay. Yeah, at some point he talked a little fast concerning the northward, southward, eastward, and westward. But I try to take some notes. So I would say I've not fully understood everything, just still in the process
Okay.
of understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because so the process of understanding it, because the way the mind works, you can get a lot of information at one time. And as your mind get a lot of stuff, it'll have a lot of information. And then it don't know how to file it correctly. So you have to meditate on it. And as you meditate on it, it's going to start putting it in the file cabinets that need to go in.
Okay.
You follow me? So
Yes.
now you might still, once you get that meditation, you'll probably still have maybe a couple of things. I'm not saying you will, because you could have a couple of things that not got clarity to it. So you can't really follow the way. So now that's the unknown gonna pop up.
Mm-hmm.
You ask about that unknown to where you can actually file it in the proper file cabinet.
Okay. Yes, I will send my questions to Deacon and to get some more answers and clarification.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. And Sister Nicole.
Hey, shalom.
So
Okay, so is more so on the application with genuinely 100% letting go. It's like I have some notes and I kind of like I'm following what was said today, but then it's like the application, like the clarity with that, because what I'm dealing with currently is this. So I don't want to be thinking, okay, I genuinely let go and then something pop up. I don't like that because that's what happens because it's something I'm dealing with. So I'm trying to I'm getting to that point. So that's where I'm at.
So you saying a lot of different things, so I'm not sure.
So clarity on 100% genuinely, the application on that part.
So yours is application, yeah. So you just need to meditate on doing some of that. And I'll post it out to where you guys can sit there and see what again.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And Sister Tonya?
Shalom.
Shalom.
Yes. Deacon Anthony did a good job. I appreciate. Thank Jehovah for that.
I didn't know you was grading.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not grading him. And
Yeah, that's what good job mean.
Oh well, I apologize. Didn't want it to come off as that, but
Okay.
it was a lot of steak and stuff on my plate today, and I was trying to digest it all. So the connection that he made when he was saying the intertwining of the 30 to the 60, I understand that. So the 30 is giving up those keys, and then the 60 is being able to make that acknowledgement.
The 60, the 60 is also acknowledging that you need the 30 to acknowledge that you need Christ. You know that?
Okay. So acknowledging that
So if you know if it's a 30 that you need the 60, if you know the 60 needs a 30, then you know you're still operating at 30. You know that, right?
Say that one more time, Neil.
So at 60, you need to be operating at 30 because you need to lean on him. You know you're operating at 30. Yeah, that's catch 22, ain't it?
Yes. Say it one more time, just a little bit slower. I do apologize.
Okay, if you 60, if you say you're operating at 60 fold, okay,
Right.
so now you have the clear acknowledgement that you need the 30.
Right.
So which one are you operating at?
You operating at 30.
Yeah.
So
Because once you get to the 60, this is already in you. Actually, I'll tell you what, real quick. Go to Hebrews 10. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Real simple, real straightforward. Go to Hebrews 10:1.
Gotcha.
I want you to take your time. Take your time. I want you read verse 1.
For the law have a shadow of good things to come,
Mm-hmm.
and not, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay, and not very image of things can never, with those sacrifice which they offer year by year continually, make the comers
Unto perfect.
thereunto perfect.
Okay, so what number is that operating at? What number is that actually stating?
Okay. That's 30.
No, that's people who believe they're operating at 60 and 100.
Okay.
That's the majority. That's majority of people, again, where they believe they operate at. Watch this. Now let's read verse 2.
Okay. For then would they not have ceased to be offered, because that the worshippers once purged should have had no more conscience of sin.
So they shouldn't even been doing it because they shouldn't have no more conscience of it. We ain't at 3 yet. That's the point of it. If you already know what was the covenant at the beginning, and then you would already cease to offer it, because once you have purged from that from the beginning, you should have no more conscience of it, so you shouldn't be doing it no way. What you saying you at 60 and 100 fold. That's what verse 1 telling you. Now you follow me?
Yes, I see it.
Because now watch this. Now you read verse 3.
Okay. But in those sacrifices
No, don't read it that way. I don't need you. But in those ones who believe they operating at 60 and 100, that's what you want to. That's what you want to say. That's that covenant that you made. That's what I want to hear you say in that verse.
Okay, but in those
that believe they was operating at 60 and 100,
that believe that they were operating at 60 and 100,
go ahead.
There is a remembrance against made of sin every year.
Now, do that bring it just a tad bit closer to you?
Yeah. So
go ahead, talk to me.
So you're constantly bringing every year.
What you operating at verse 1, you said you doing 60 and 100.
Mm-hmm.
You see the point?
I see the point.
Because now, watch how you hit you in the gut. Read verse 4.
For it is not possible that the blood of bulls and of goats should take away sin.
Why in the world you brought him a bull and a goat? Can you explain that to me? Wait a minute. Did you make the covenant with God? In verse 1, it says you did. So did you make a covenant with God?
Well,
I know. Well, I need me and you always talk straight. I need you to talk straight to me.
Yes.
Did you make a covenant with God?
Yes.
So I'm gonna ask you the $1 million question. You gonna let me be your attorney? You want me to try to defend you?
Go right ahead.
Okay. So I need you to be straight with me.
Okay.
Because I gotta present you. I need you to be straight with me. You knew verse 1. You made a covenant with him. So I'm gonna ask you again. Why did you do verse 4? Yeah, exactly the point. That's the point. Why did you do this? Exactly. Now you got me. I got to go stand before God and try to sit there and seeing how I can defend this, and I already know I can't. Drop down to verse 9 real quick. This is what should have been said. Can you read that?
Then said he, Lo, I come.
No. Then said Sister Tanya. Go ahead.
Then said Tanya, Lo, I come to do thy will. Oh God. He taketh away the first
those bulls and goats,
that Tanya may establish the second.
Boom. I know that's hitting you close because I hear the different change in your voice. That's how serious this is. So the thing is, I can't defend you. So when we look at Ezekiel 3:17, this is all I can do. Because you coming to me like, hey, brother Michael, can you? I'm sitting there like, hey, my sister, what do that say? I made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel, letting you know you part of that. Therefore, hear the words of my mouth, give them warning. And I'm sitting there and I'm asking you, how can you defend this? But I'm gonna show you our way out of this.
Okay.
All right. It's a way out of this.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to Jeremiah 3:13. Now all I'm gonna tell you is when we get in court, he ain't gonna let me talk. I'm gonna tell you that right up front. He ain't letting me say nothing. But what you do, I want you to be able to understand this right here.
Only acknowledge thine iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against the Lord thy God, and has scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree, and ye have not obeyed my voice, saith the Spirit of God.
That's what I want you to do. Okay?
Okay.
So when you stand there, it's just like the man sit there when he was sitting there and when the two men went in to pray. You doing the same thing. Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner.
Right.
That's all I want you to do. You can sit there. That's all you can tell me. That's all I can tell you. But when you get there, you rehearse those words. You make sure you truly believe what you're saying. All right?
Yes, sir.
And actually, let's show it to her so she'll know right up front. Take her to Luke 18:13. And this is all I want you to do. And then we good.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Beat that chest.
The Republican stand afar off would not lift up so much as his eyes unto heaven, but smote upon his breast, saying, God, be merciful to me, a sinner.
And I'm acknowledging that. That's my way, that my advice I'm going to give you. That's how we're going to get out of this.
Okay.
We good, my sister?
Yes, thank you.
You're more than welcome, more than welcome. Brother David Royal?
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, shalom.
I get the 30, but I didn't understand the 60. Seemed like somebody always got in front of me talking where I couldn't hear or understand what that was. So
Yeah, the 60 recognizing you need the 30. But I'm going to put it back up the way you can hear it. All right.
yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, that's what that was showing you. So I'm gonna put it up as soon as it finishes. I just put it up tonight.
Okay.
Okay. And Sister Jessica.
Shalom.
Shalom.
I believe for me, it was just a lot to take in, and I should really just listen to it again and make sure
If
I
you gotta listen to it
understand piece
again,
by piece. Yeah.
yeah, if you gotta listen to it again, it's no reason to just listen to it again.
Okay.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Mhm.
All right.
And Mother Queen.
Okay, I want to make sure I got it right. The 30% is that I have to give total submission to Christ.
That you recognizing that, yeah, you got to get total submission to Him
and relinquish everything. Is that correct?
Yep. You leave everything behind.
Okay, and 60 is a combination of 60, but still recognizing my imperfections and holding on to the way of Christ.
And your 60 is recognizing you need that 30.
Okay.
And you relinquishing everything to Him.
Okay.
So it's just like when you know something is wasn't right with God, and you in the 60, you operating at 60. We ain't saying that, but just say you're in the 60 and you know something ain't right. What do you do? Do you do something, or what you gonna do?
No, I'm going to depend on Christ.
So the main thing is, so if you're a rose sitting out there in the flower garden and you see somebody out there picking roses, and you know good and well they picking 12 roses to where they can go and sell them, what are you gonna do? You gonna go let the gardener know?
No.
You just gonna keep being a rose.
Exactly.
Okay, we good.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. And sister Edwina.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Okay. I would just wanted to know what you're gonna put that the 30, 60, 104 up, but you had just said it, so I just kept my hand up so I wouldn't be looking stupid.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put it up there.
Okay, will it be? Do you know about what time?
Well, it got to render, then it'll be up later on today. That will.
Okay.
It'll be going for a minute, so it takes a minute for it to render out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, Deacon, we got everybody. We all good.
Cool. Thank you, Elder. With that said, y'all, we out here. I thank you again for joining me on the first day of the week, Bible study / Bible therapy with myself, Deacon Ant, and you. Shalom to you all.
Shalom, Deacon. Everybody.
Shalom, everybody.
Shalom, everybody.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Shalom, ma'am.
Shalom, Deacon. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom.